Hi everyone, I'm John Rennie from Boneyard Cinema, and thanks to everyone who's joining me tonight for this hangout and watch party of the 1973 George Romero classic, The Crazies. Now, this is one of my favorite films from Romero's early days. I think it's a fantastic film that was really the beginning of him really finding himself after Night of the Living Dead, which was really his first big hit, I guess, Night of the Living Dead. Then afterwards, he made a couple of movies which didn't do so well. he did uh, he did a film which was kind of interesting, um, called "There's Always Vanilla," which was almost a riff on The Graduate and kind of really in that late '60s vein. It was an interesting failure, and Romero himself even said that it was. And I quote, he said, I hated making that film and I care very little about it. So that was kind of how Romero feels about his second film after Night of the Living Dead, that it was vanilla. And then he made a film, Jack's Wife, also known as Hungry Wives, which he said was the film he'd most like to remake. But he still said he was kind of finding himself when he was making Jack's Wife or Hungry Wives. So I decided The Crazies would be a good watch along because I always thought that this was really the moment where he really found his footing as a director and especially as an editor. And plus, I found it here on YouTube on Film Cube. So I'd like to say thanks to Film Cube for putting that up for us. Well, not for us, but it's up there on Film Cube. I just want to say thanks. They're a great channel. They have some awesome movies on there. So make sure to check them out. So the link for The Crazies, George Romero's 1973 Infection Classic, is linked below. So once everybody gets it set up, just give me a thumbs up. Hey Todd, thank you very much for joining us. Kerry here, Ninja and J, and Solitude, Refined Solitude, thank you all so much for joining us. I just thought it would be cool to have like a kind of midweek catch up and a midweek stream because I've never done one before. So I thought it would be pretty cool. I did see one battle after another this week, which is a really interesting film. It's a bit pretentious, a bit violent, and lots of black comedy, which really surprised us. So it was a really surprising movie. I think it's a good movie, but not a great one. But I definitely think it's a runner for Paul Thomas Anderson's top 5. He's a filmmaker I've always found a little bit hit and miss. And even though this film was an epic, it was almost 3 hours long. I think it's 163 minutes or something, so 2 hours 40 something. But didn't feel that long. It was a really decent film, I thought. So I just thought I'd give it a shout out. Check out my review if you want what I did today for that, if you want more details. But what I pretty much say in the review is that it's really over the top, and it put me in the mind of actors like James Cagney, Charles Chaplin, and Buster Keaton. Leonardo DiCaprio's performance, Benicio del Toro's performance, and especially Sean Penn's performance in the movie is so over the top that it kind of turns into kabuki theater, which I thought was a really interesting choice for Anderson to take and a direction to go. And I thought it worked. It's absurdist comedy. So that's the kind of nutshell of the review I gave it. It's a very interesting absurdist comedy. Almost great, but not quite. Yes, Todd, I love Martin as well. It's your favorite non-dead movie. And Knight Riders is great too. There's actually one of the guys from Knight Riders, the guy who does the great Marlon Brando impression, whose name escapes me now, is one of the main guys in the Crazies. He's kind of second lead or third lead, but he's a really good actor. I love Knight Riders Stephen King's cameo as is it Hoagie Man? I love that movie, and you get Patricia Tallman in there as well. She's a great actress. Hi, Napoleon Wilson. Great to see you again. Haven't heard from you for a while. Hope you keep him well. But everybody, if you're getting the film ready, just give me a thumbs up so we can get rolling. Again, it's linked below. But yeah, it's an interesting one. It is. And this is the film that actually, speaking of Martin, I was reading about the Crazies. I bought the Anchor Beta box set not long ago called Between Night and Dawn, where they put in Always Vanilla, Jack's Wife, and the Crazies. And Lawrence DeVincent, the kind of George Romero scholar, did a great location video of the Crazies in Evan City, which was fun. I think it's Evan City, right, where the Crazies was set. It's a great, it's a really great set, and he did some great special features on it. But I was reading about that, and I totally lost my trail of thought there. Where was I going? You huge Paul Thomas Anderson fan, Kerry. What was your favorite? I think my favorite was Hard Eight, and then I like Inherent Vice, and then The Master. I think that's where I was going. So the Crazies. Speaking of Martin, he met Richard P. Rubenstein, who would become his producer, at a screening of the Crazies. So it was a pretty important film in Romero's career because, from what I read in the booklet that came with the box set, is Romero almost bankrupted himself and the company when he was making the Crazies. He made a film which was recently released, which was a film he did with a religious group. Was it the Fairground? Whose name escapes me now. The Amusement Park. The Amusement Park. And that just recently got released by the George Romero Foundation after he died. And he made that just to make some money, I think, after the Crazies, because he was really at a loss. But luckily, he met Rubenstein at a screening of the Crazies, and he said that was the only really big thing to come out of it because no one saw the Crazies when it really came out. Oh, cool, Wilson. Watch my latest. Thanks very much. What did you think? I really rushed that one off because I wanted to see it on Monday, and I thought, I really want to talk about it. It's not very often I do modern movies. I did the Led Zeppelin movie not long ago, the live concert one, because I thought it was getting a little bit too much hype because everyone was seeing there's all this brand new footage and I'd seen everything before. So I just wanted to see everybody. This isn't as great as the critics are saying. And I did the Shrouds as well because it was Cronenberg. And I really love Cronenberg, so I thought I'd do his. But yeah, I think they're the only three kind of modern movies I've done, or at least films I've given a reaction to when I've gone to see them at the cinema. Amusement Park, yeah, Amusement Park. But it's a toss-up. I also like Boogie Nights. Yeah, Boogie Nights is pretty cool. Yeah, The Master is great. I dig all of his films, even Inherent Vice. I really like Inherent Vice, Todd. I really do. I had to put it up there in my top 3. It's the same writer, Thomas Pynchon, I think his name is, who did Inherent Vice, who wrote Inherent Vice, sorry, also wrote One Battle After Another. So they're kind of working together. And actually, One Battle After Another, without spoilers, Leonardo DiCaprio's character, is very similar to Joaquin Phoenix's character in Inherent Vice. He's kind of a fish, totally out of water, but thinks he's really cool, but he actually isn't. It's a really interesting character. He writes really interesting characters. Yeah, I like Licorice Pizza, Kerry. I thought that was really good. There was parts of it that I thought were really great, but with many of his films, I thought it was a little bit too long. All right, so anyway, I'm going to call it now because it's almost 10 past 8. So I've got the Crazies ready to go. So we'll go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. It's actually really similar to Night of the Living Dead, the opening. It's strange because it's a brother and sister together in this house. Don't drink the water. I said that in the advertisement for the stream. Avoid drinking the water and grab some beer instead because the water is what we want to stay away from in the Crazies. But I always thought that was kind of Romero using similar plot devices because Night of the Living Dead begins with a brother and sister in danger, and as does the Crazies. I don't know if he realized he was doing that, but it's kind of the same type of deal. I don't know how much, I mean, Romero, when he talks about his films, he always says that he does try to put, some kind of his own political beliefs in there. And he tries to put kind of social commentary in there somewhere. And I really like the Crazies because it really is about society falling apart. And it's almost like a tester for Dawn of the Dead because it's very similar. You've got a kind of group of survivors trying to survive in this kind of it's an infection or infected people in the Crazies. That they're not zombies, but they're not far off. I always thought Alex Garland must have seen this when he wrote 28 Days Later. He's an interesting one too. Any Alex Garland fans out there? I just watched Civil War recently. That was a pretty. I really enjoyed that one. I actually thought One Battle After Another was going to be more like Civil War, like more full on action. There was a few moments of comedy in the trailer, but I don't think it did it justice how funny the film actually is. One Battle After Another. I laughed out loud a lot during that movie. Yes, Romero was very political. Definitely no accent. Night of the Living Dead had the impact it did. It's interesting. Night of the Living Dead. I mean, himself, he said that there was him and I think it was not John Russo, the guy who plays Johnny. Man, I'm getting older. I keep forgetting everybody's names. I used to know everybody. Russell Striner. He said him and Russell Striner would kind of driving the. I think this was in Birth of the Living Dead, the documentary. He was driving the negative or the film to try and get distribution. You know, driving to the city to try and sell it. And he said they heard on the radio about Martin Luther King being assassinated, and they kind of looked at each other and said, "That's pretty heavy, man. We just put something really similar in our movie." But I guess it's the same as now. It's hard not to draw political or social commentaries out of movies being made now or being made in the 70s for that matter or being made in the 60s in times of turmoil. And Romero was coming out of all the, the riots and segregation ending and all that stuff. I mean, he always said he thought they were pretty hip. The fact that they didn't change the script of Night of the Living Dead when they cast Dwayne Jones as an African American in the lead. Because I think the original script, he was just a truck driver, like a white truck driver. But he had to step up with the Crazies. He really did. I think he had, it wasn't much of a budget. Lee Hessel, if I remember rightly, it was like 75,000 or something or around that area when I was reading about it. And he does so much, but it's a bit of a step up. He's actually got a decent cast in this one. The lead actor actually went on to star in some great movies. He was in The Enforcer with Clint Eastwood. He plays a great role in that. This is the guy, Todd, that I was talking about, who's in Night Riders. The guy with the curly hair. Do you recognize him? It's fantastic in this role. I always love that about Romero's films. He had a kind of repertory company going in a few of them, especially in the early days. So you see the same actors pop up in Jack's Wife, and there's always Vanilla and Night of the Living Dead and the Crazies. I was watching Dawn of the Dead the other night, and I forgot that John Amplis from Martin and Day of the Dead pops up in kind of blackface in the project at the beginning. I think he's playing I think he's supposed to be Hispanic. Pops up, Jesus Christ, he does that really horrible accent. I totally forgot about that. It's funny. Under the Skin, and Ex Machina, yeah. I like Alex Garland. He's interesting. I really liked the Annihilation. I thought Annihilation was fantastic, but he always riffs on other people's movies. I thought Annihilation was a total riff on Solaris, the Tarkovsky sci-fi. Going into the kind of Forbidden Zone. It was almost it's exactly the same almost. The fact they're going to the Forbidden Zone, and especially 28 Days Later, total riffing on Day of the Triffids and kind of zombie or infestation movies of the 70s. Yeah. It's mad. The copyright bug or lack thereof didn't really have any negative impact, and loads of people saw it. I think it was actually positive. In Night of the Living Dead's favor that the copyright bug was off the movie. It's like one of those things. Like It's a Wonderful Life. It was flop when it came out, but because it went into public domain, it got shown on television loads and became a classic. I think the copyright bug helped it. I think it really did because more people could distribute it. So it got a much wider distribution. I mean, I can't count how many versions of Night of the Living Dead I have on VHS, DVD, Blu-ray. There's so many. But I think it's getting harder to license now after, I think Criterion were the last to release it on 4K. I didn't buy the 4K yet, but I did get the Blu-ray of the 4K scan, which looks fantastic. But the Crazies never looked so good as when Arrow released it in that box set. I was so glad to see it kind of get the Arrow treatment. I saw it really early on. It was under a different name when I saw it on VHS. It might even have been Betamax when I saw it, but I think it was VHS actually, but it was under the name Codename Trixie when I saw it. It was an American, really old VHS. I had loads of different players when I was a kid because for bootleg videos and Betamax and stuff, when I was a collector, I used to collect VHS. But I always loved it. I just always loved the Crazies. I'm so pleased that it was here so we could watch it together. Again, it's got African American in the lead. I don't know if he was trying to recapture some of Night of the Living Dead there. I love to hear Romero talk about his casting choices. Later on, when he talked about casting Laurie Cardale, Chili Billy Cardale's daughter and Day of the Dead in the lead as Sarah, he said that he made a conscious effort to make Sarah really strong because he felt that he'd kind of written a really one-dimensional female character in Judy O'Dea's character, Barbara in Night of the Living Dead, and he kind of wanted to try and create stronger female characters throughout the rest of his work. It's really interesting when he talks about it, and then later on you get like Asia Argenta in Land of the Dead, who plays a fantastic character, really strong female character in that. But he said he felt like he was apologizing for Judy O'Dea, Barbara, for the rest of his career. When did we lose Romero? It was like 2017, right? Yeah, Todd, I totally agree. I love Lynn Lowry's death scene. There is something beautiful about it. There's a great interview with her. I love her. She's great. I love I Drink Your Blood. I love her in the Shivers Cronenberg. She's perfect in Shivers in Cronenberg's film. But she talked about the death scene in this, and she said that Romero said, "I just want you to spin around and go like, oh." And she was like, "Why? I want like a really serious death scene. I'm a young actress. I want to, I really want to like go and do this thing." And he was like, "No, this is how I want it." And she said when she saw the film, she was like, "Romero was right. It's a really cool death scene." And she says people really remember it now when she does conventions and stuff. What year was I born? Did I collect VHS? Well, let's just say I was born in the 80s. I hate to talk about my age. I've just had a big birthday though in September. But I collected VHS all the time when I was a kid. I had a milk round and a paper round, and I would buy VHS X rentals. Actually, can you remember when kind of corner stores, paper shops used to do rentals as well? I don't know, Solitude. Are you a collector too? Did you collect VHS? Sorry, I should have asked. But I used to buy them from my local paper shop. He had X rentals, and he would sell them to us with the money I'd made off the paper rounds. I was collecting from a very young age. I always loved movies. I always did. Started off with westerns with my grandfather. I think it did with a lot of people. Sitting watching westerns, and I loved the kind of space of them, and it kind of took you to a different time and a different place. And I loved the action of Stagecoach, the John Ford films, and I loved all that. And then eventually, I kind of got into the films I like, kind of not political minded films, but more independent films, I guess, from Romero. When I saw Night of the Living Dead, which wasn't a VHS, that was on TV when I was very young, maybe about 6 or 7. I saw it very young, and it scared me, and it always stayed with us. And after that, I kind of just started on a roll. I started looking for films very, very, very young. I know that sounds ridiculous, but it's the truth. I started collecting very young. I've always been a bit of a total film nerd all my life, all my life. Asia Argenta is really underrated Carrie, isn't she? Yeah. Yes, Todd, I love Gilliam Ross and Dawn as well. I think she only ever had 2 other acting roles in Madman and Creepshow, right? She became a director from what I've never seen any of her films, though. I think she started directing documentaries. I have looked for them, but I never quite found them. €5 from Europe, yeah. X rentals, that was how I started Solitude. I started collecting X rentals very early on. I think one of the first ones I got was Halloween 3, and it was one of the pre-certs, so that stuck the kind of 15 certificate on it. And there was loads of the videos like that in the paper shop where I used to buy them from when I started collecting. He was really cool, the guy. He was called Joe. and he just knew I love films, and he would let us take stuff like, zombie flesh eaters and things, and he was getting all those, so he would let us take them. And then there was a bigger video store opened in the kind of main village. I'm from a place called Washington in the Northeast. It's a kind of a small town, small village, and there was a in the main village, which was like where the pubs and stuff were. There was a Chinese, and then there was a video store next to it that opened up, and then eventually, further into Newcastle, the Blockbuster opened. But I never really got the Blockbuster thing. I used to go if there was something new I wanted, but I always preferred to stick with the mom and pop store that was down the village in Joe. And right up until Joe died, he used to say, "Oh, I've got a few movies in, John." I mean, this is when I was getting up into my late teens and stuff. And of course, I was working and stuff then. I wasn't working for him anymore, but he would always say, "I've got a few films coming in. If you want to come and have a look," he would always give us first dibs. So cool. Feeling old, Todd, born in '69. I'm pretty sure Night of the Living Dead was the first movie I bought in VHS in the early '80s. The first one I owned was the colorized one, Todd. I bought I don't know if you can see it just above my head there. It's blurry in the background, but that's a VHS advert for the colorized one, the Hal Roach one. I know it's awful and it doesn't look right, but that was actually the first one I owned, Todd, on VHS. I bought the colorized version, and I watched it for ages until there was it might have been Forefront Video in the UK. They released Dawn, definitely Forefront, and I remember having, pardon me, I think it might have been a States release, and then I had a Forefront Video release of Dawn of the Dead, the one with the front cover with the kind of target on it with Flyboy. And Day of the Dead, which was one of my favorites. I actually still have the video back there. I absolutely love it. I kept it all these years. I've still got the original Millennium VHS release of Day of the Dead. That was always one of my favorite movies. Yeah, Kara, you're in Ireland. Funny Gilliam Ross story. Romero wanted her to do Scream at one point, and she wanted her to do a Scream at one point, and she absolutely refused. I can imagine. Lived in Middleton Hall as a child. All right. There's a story on Creepshow, the Just Desserts, the one that Tom Savini did. It's a great doc about the making a Creepshow. And Gilliam Ross said she was kind of up to her neck in the I can't remember. There's something to tide you over. I think it's called. I think it's called something to tide you over. And she's up to the neck. Her and Ted Danson get buried up to the neck, and the tide comes in. And she said she remembers getting hit in the face with water and looking at Romero, and he was kind of laughing behind the camera. And she went, "It looks a lot better behind the camera." and that was the moment she decided that she wanted to get behind the camera rather than be in front of it after getting buried up to her neck in sand and getting water washed all over her face. I did like her in Madman. That's not. It's a slasher she did. It was pretty good. It was. It's not great, but I always kind of liked that one. How do, film nerd? Hey, Lampy man, how you doing, man? It's great to see you here. Thanks for joining us. I thought we'd do a watch along with the Crazies because I'm just a Romero freak. Yeah, and Creepshow, yep. The Hal Roach cut. I know it's so bad, Todd, isn't it? The colorized one. It's horrible, but it was the first one I owned. It's like I never watch it anymore, but it was the colorized one was the first version, Night of the Living Dead, that I owned. I'm pretty sure it was anyway. And like I say, I think there was a Forefront one after that, but that was terrible. Hal Roach did a few. He did Invasion of the Body Snatchers from '58 in color as well, and I had that one. Oh man, I hope you don't think less of us for owning those. But yeah, I know it's like I've got that on the wall. That's the advert for the video of the colorized Hal Roach Night of the Living Dead, just for pure nostalgia. It really is. But I mean, it was these movies, even in the early '90s, mid '90s, were pretty hard to find. In fact, the Crazies didn't really get a decent DVD release, I don't think, until Anchor Bay, and that was late '90s. And then it got a kind of rushed re-release when they did the remake. But I can't remember what year the remake was. Was it 2010? Because I remember buying the remake on DVD, and it was a double DVD where you got Romero as a Crazies with a new kind of artwork of a gas mask and the remake. And when I bought the Blu-ray later on of the remake, the Breck Eisner one, you got the Crazies again, but the same DVD again. So they kind of repackaged it with the Blu-ray. But yeah, the Crazies. I'm just gonna check what year it was because I really do love the Crazies remake. I know we've talked about this before. In fact, Lampy Man, who's just popped in, we talked about this on your stream on Cynical Celluloid, didn't we, Lampy? We talked about, in fact, I think we did a Crazy watch along with you a while back. So yeah, it was 2010, the Crazies remake, Breck Eisner. What was great, Lynn Lowry has a cameo on that, Todd, as well. She pops up just for a few minutes riding a bike down the middle of the road, which was a really nice little fan service. Not too much, just a nice little bit of fan service, which I really appreciated. And the Crazies remake totally ran for itself. You know, it was its own movie. It had its own infected people. It was instead of a fire marshal, it was a kind of cop, and his wife was still a nurse. I think she was the local doctor actually in the film. She wasn't the assistant; she was the doctor of the town in the remake. And he had the friend that kind of goes crazy as well, like the guy here from Knight Riders. But one of the better remakes, actually, Solitude. If you're still in the chat, what did you think of the remake when you watched it? Did you enjoy it? Didn't see a DVD release of the Crazies until around 2002. Blue Underground, yes, I did. I bought the Blue Underground one as well. I've told I really do love it. I've got with most Romero films, I've got about at least 3 or 4 different versions. I've had to stop buying them lately because the 4K's got so expensive. I'm a big Ferrera fan, and they've just released Miss 45 on 4K, but I couldn't afford it. Big Carpenter fan too. They've just done In the Mouth of Madness there on 4K, but can't afford it. They're just getting really expensive now. But I did buy the 4K of Martin from Second Sight. And I did buy the 4K of Two Evil Eyes. so I'm still collecting the Romero 4Ks. Oh, cool. So you did like Solitude. Great. I'm glad you liked it. Whew. Wipe the sweat off my brow there then, because I recommended that one. Have the Gas Mask Edition by Anchor Bay. So that's the re-release. Yeah, I think that was the re-release. And the first release I owned on DVD, I'm sure, was Anchor Bay. It had a almost cartoonish yellow and red front cover with one of the guys in the gas mask, but in the hazmat suit and the chem suit. It was a good release. There was an interview with Romero on there. It was called The Lost Films of Romero. And he talked about Jack's wife, and There's Always Vanilla on there as well, which was great. And actually, the first time I owned There's Always Vanilla on DVD, that was a special feature on the release of Jack's Wife. Oh, it's or Season of the Witch, as it's also called. I thought that release was called Season of the Witch. Pardon. And There's Always Vanilla was a special feature on the disc. It didn't even get its own release. That's how little Romero cared about that film. But he's had such an interesting career, man. He really has. I was watching the Red Letter Media guys a few weeks ago, and they were reviewing, I think it was Dawn of the Dead. And the kind of film guy, the film nerd, I forget what his name is. I think it's John or Jay. He said that he thought Romero was a kind of working class or blue collar filmmaker. And I don't know about working class or blue collar because he went to university and stuff and studied, but I kind of get what he means. He's more like of a street level filmmaker, which I really like. And he inspired us in that way, Romero, because he made me think that maybe I could do it. Don't give me that shit, boy. But I love the insanity of the Crazies. The really quick cutting when he cuts with the drums. He really makes it insane. It's similar to the opening of Dawn of the Dead, especially in the Argento cut, what's really fast when you get the music and he cuts really fast and you really get the chaos of it. He does that really well, I think, in his editing. It is, Slampy. Vanilla is very dull. I was just saying earlier, Romero kind of said about it. He said, I really don't like it and I care very little about it. That's what he said in one of the interviews on the DVD. It was just kind of them trying to redo The Graduate, I think. I think that's what they were going for. It has its moments. There's a bit where a girl goes for an abortion that's pretty good. And you can see Romero in there because it's scary and he cuts really fast and she's running away because she kind of skitzes out halfway through and legs it down little dark alleys and stuff. And you see a little bit of Romero in there, but I agree. There's moments in it that are very, very dull. I mean, there's a conversation between Ray Lane, the main guy, I think it was Ray Lane, and his father. And he just kind of looks at his dad and says, Dad. I just don't want to work in your baby food factory. And that conversation goes on for about 10 minutes. It was. But he was learning. I think in the same way kind of Corman did, when he just made film after film to learn. I think Romero was learning on the job too with Vanilla, well, of course, I do respect that. But he was learning on the job. He said the same thing with Season of the Witch. But I think by the time he got to the Crazies, I think he was a pretty cool filmmaker, man. I really do. I saw this just after Shivers, actually. I really got into kind of infection movies. And I saw Night of the Living Dead, and I used to buy videos from a collector on a place called Chesley Street Market back home. Me and my dad used to go to, and my granddad, all three of us, used to go to this market, Chesley Street Market, on Saturday mornings really early. My dad would get us up at like 6 o'clock, and he'd be like, "Come on, son, we're going to go to the market." And I used to love it because I'd go and there was like guys selling secondhand videos and stuff then. The market was huge. I mean, they were there for years. It was a full decade, 20 years. I went back to see him recently, and he kind of moved on to selling DVDs, one of the sellers, and he was saying nobody's buying stuff anymore. And he was going bust, but he remembered us from when I was a kid because I was there every week. And I remember telling one of the guys, he was cool, man. He was like a kind of Megadeth fan. He had the long hair and he'd leather jacket and stuff to sell. He was a cool guy. And he kind of said, "What do you like?" And I was like, I really like Night of the Living Dead. I'm kind of getting into infestation type movies now. And he was like, "Oh, you want to check out the Crazies and you want to check out Shivers?" And I was like, "I've seen Shivers." And he was like, "Okay, do you like Shivers?" I was like, "Yeah, it's great. You want to check out the Crazies?" And that's where I got the first video I had of the Crazies from him. It's the first time we'll meet Lynn Lowry here in the van. It's bringing up all these memories, talking about VHS. As you wish. Is that the Wishmaster carry there? Boneyard, as you wish. Yes, he was going for hire on that one, I believe. Totally, yeah. Todd, the Night of the Living Dead remake 4K is pretty good. Oh man, I really wish I could get it. I really wanted that. I'm just so skinned at the minute, Todd. I was really gutted when I couldn't get that 4K. The extras are a bit. The best thing about it, Miss 45 should be coming Saturday. Fantastic. Huge fan of Miss 45, Todd. I'm a huge Romero fan. Me and Lampy, me and you have had hours of discussions talking about Driller Killer, haven't we? We really like that movie. Those dodgy VHS market stalls, so many delights and so few legit copies. Most of the things I was seeing, I remember seeing The Exorcist for the first time, and it must have been about a third or fourth generation copy. I could hardly see it for all the white snow. I can remember the white snow on the videos. Vanilla, the one Romero film I don't own. Don't think I'll even bother. It's worth a watch once, Todd, I would say. But I mean, it's bound to be on YouTube now to give it a watch because I think it's one of his films that's out of copyright as well. So it's probably on YouTube somewhere to watch. It's worth a watch just for that abortion scene. I know that's a horrible thing to say, but it's got moments of Romero in that scene. I think like it's horror that he would later come to, but that's the bit I would recommend anyway. I like Scanners a bit more than Shivers. Scanners is cool. Scanners is a great movie. I really like but Shivers is I guess Shivers is I really like Shivers because it was one of the first ones I saw of Cronenberg's, and it always stuck in my mind. It was I was a teenager at the time, and it was I felt like a kind of ugly teenager, like you do when you're a teenager. And I was having these ideas about things, writing short stories down, and they weren't sci-fi mostly. It weren't really horror. There was sci-fi stories that I was writing when I was a kid. I really loved Logan's Run and Invasion of the Body Snatchers and Jack. Man, who wrote the Jack Finney Body Snatchers? I really liked the Body Snatchers book because I saw the movie first, the '58 movie. Then I bought the book. Actually, didn't buy the book. It was in the school library, and I read it in the school library. And then I saw the Kaufman film. I was a big sci-fi guy, and I was writing sci-fi stories. And Shivers kind of gave us permission to be like, other people have these weird ideas as well, John. That's what I really liked about Shivers. When I saw it at the time when I was a teenager, it was like, yeah, other people that have weird ideas too about stories. So I've always got to thank Cronenberg for that. So I like it more for nostalgia, I think. But Scanners, I mean, it was the pressure he was under when he made it. He's done a few interviews about it, and he said he was literally writing the script like the night before they were filming because it was part of the tax shelter that made his kind of first run of films in Canada, the tax shelter movies, where they were kind of making the softcore films, and then they went into kind of horror, and they were making the taxpayers' money back, so they kept making movies. And Ivan Reitman was a producer back then. I think he produced Shivers, was it, or Rabid? He was with him in the early days before he moved to Hollywood to do stuff like Ghostbusters and things like that. But they had a good career together, them two. But yeah, the tax shelter, he had to get it out by Christmas, I think it was. This is from, I don't actually own the 4K scanners. This is from the special features on the old Second Sight the Blu-ray release. He talks about it. And he said he was under a lot of pressure when he was making scanners, but it turned out beautifully. You know, it's great. And I love that score in scanners. It's a beautiful score. It is, isn't it, Lambie? The Driller Killer is a really arty movie. I really like it a lot. Ferrer is one of my favorites. I put him up there with Romero. I think he's a fantastic director. His films got kind of more and more arty as he went on, and now he's doing these weird films with Willem Dafoe in Rome that hardly get distribution. But I always liked his movies. The first ones I saw were like Driller Killer, then Bad Lieutenant, and Cat Chaser, King of New York, and then The Funeral, I think, and then Body Snatchers. His version of Body Snatchers is fantastic. I think it's the biggest budget movie he ever did for Era. His Body Snatchers. It was millions. Yeah, Todd Rolling Thunder's great. I'm a huge, I know I say huge fan about everything. Lampy, you'll laugh at that, won't you? Because you're always saying how enthusiastic I am about movies, and you, Kerry. But I'm a huge Paul Schrader fan. I studied film at uni, and I wrote extensively about Paul Schrader, who wrote the screenplay for Rolling Thunder. It's a great, great film, isn't it? So gritty, and you've got that, what do you call him? The guy who plays the bad guy, man. He's in Easy Rider. Drink and age don't go well together. I can't remember. He plays the hippie in Easy Rider anyway. Luke Askew. And he's great in Rolling Thunder. And I love Lee Jones. He's so solid with a shotgun scene at the end and everything. And William Devane, man. He knocks it out of the park in that movie. Kara, yes, there was immense pressure. Then the opposite with Videodrome and Dead Zone. Did he have an easier ride with Videodrome and the Dead Zone? I know he talked about Lynch when Lynch died. So this is Cronenberg. He talked about David Lynch when Lynch died, and he said at the time he was making Dead Zone, Lynch was making Dune at the same company, Dino De Laurentiis. But Rafaela De Laurentiis, Dino's daughter, was producing Dune, but Dino was obsessed with Dune because it was costing him so much money behind the scenes. So he kind of left Cronenberg alone to do whatever he wanted to do with the Dead Zone. So he said, I just kept quiet, didn't make any waves, and just made the movie I wanted to make. And he said he remembers telling Lynch about it. They used to go to that Bob's Big Boy that Lynch loved. And Cronenberg said, I had like lunch with him a few times, and I was saying thanks for that, man. You totally kept him off my back. Yeah, Kerry. Yeah. I know. Solitude. King New York is awesome, Kerry. And yes, Solitude by Lieutenant's a masterpiece. Bad Lieutenant was one of those movies that I would like to say, being a video store kid and going in and buying movies, that was the poster hung on the wall in the video store, and it had that sign on it saying, you know, some scenes may be too disturbing for some viewers, and that was like a real light shining down from the poster to young John. I was like, I must see that film. And I remember my dad saying, you can't see that. There's flipping some questionable scenes in it. Let's see. He did the same thing with Deliverance. I'll never forget. My dad said there was about Deliverance. You can't watch that, son. There's some scenes of SA in that, so you can't watch it. So I didn't buy the book. Got the book out the library, Sunderland Library, and read it of Deliverance, the James Dickey book. And he's like, "Well, you've read the book. You may as well watch the film now." And then not long after, he let us watch. Well, he didn't let us watch it. I actually got a VHS of Bad Lieutenant and watched it myself. But yeah, it's a masterpiece. I mean, out of the two, King New York and Bad Lieutenant, I think Bad Lieutenant's it's just beautiful. I think it's the better one. I mean, the way that the Ken Kelch's camera just follows him around New York. There's not many other films like it. It's a very powerful film, very personal film, but it's also just so damn cool. Even though the lead actor is the lead character is one of the most despicable human beings you can possibly imagine, but there's a reason for it. He has to be in order for the redemption of the story to make sense. And that's what I love about it. It's violent and gritty, but violent and gritty for a reason. And that was a big learning curve. I love that movie so much. So many favorite movies. I do. Nothing wrong with being a huge fan. He does indeed, Lampy. Yeah, Solitude, it did, wasn't it? It was about that time because I remember Tarantino talking about King of New York around that time, about the kind of 94 time when he was doing, was it 94 Pulp Fiction? About 91, 92 Reservoir Dogs. And I remember him talking about King of New York when he was doing the press for Pulp Fiction. I actually remember him mentioning King of New York and saying how much he loved it. It's interesting that. But there was a whole kind of span, wasn't there? I think it must have been, when was Goodfellas? Was Goodfellas the 80s? And it kind of kicked off this whole gangster thing again? Or was that Scarface, do you think? It's interesting. Gangster films have always been, I mean, they made Warner Brothers in the early days, stuff like Scarface and that, gangster, the original Scarface, Paul Muni. You had James Cagney, White Heat, and all those great gangster films, and Little Caesar with Edward G. Robinson. And then you had those gangster films in the 70s, like The Friends of Eddie Coyle with Mitchum. And it's always been a cool through line through cinema, gangster movies. A bit like horror. Horror's got the peaks and troughs, but always there. Gangster films are always there too. I just watched a pretty decent one with Robert Pattinson the other day where he's looking after his brother. I think it was called Hard Times. It was a pretty good movie. It was kind of gangster-ish. Like Small Time Crooks. Really good movie. So King of New York was 1990. But I remember, Kerry, I'm sure, pardon me, even though it was about 4 years later, I remember Tarantino talking about King of New York. Yeah, sorry, Kerry. I was just reading your comment there. I should have been reading out. There was definitely less pressure due to him being an adaptation, but both De Laurentiis put more pressure on Lynch due to them putting more money into it. Yeah, love both directors, but Dino was a prick. Yes. I do too, Todd. I prefer Lynch's Dune to the recent ones. I do. It was weird when I was a kid and everybody loved Star Wars. I've always been a weirdo, though. I would say to my friends, "Have you seen Dune?" It's like Star Wars, but it's really dark. And it's got these cool kind of flying guys with boils on their face. And there's a bit where this guy rips a tongue out of a cow and eats it. And there's this guy going to milk a cat because he's poisoned. And everyone's like, no, I'm going to watch Return of the Jedi. I'm going to watch these little Ewoks or whatever they were called instead. But I always loved Dune. The new Dunes were good, but they were like every other movie. And I remember the tagline. I think I said this. I reviewed Lynch's Dune on the channel a few years back. Or was it a few years back? A few years back, maybe. I was probably jumping on the bandwagon of the new Dune, actually, when I reviewed the old one. But I said that the tagline was a place beyond imagination. Lynch's Dune was a place beyond imagination. As much as I respect Villeneuve, he's a great director, his films are beautiful. They're not a place beyond imagination. I've seen stuff like that before. It's like every other sci-fi movie. It's like Arrival, or Arrival looks beautiful. But I've seen stuff like that before, and I felt that way about his Dune. I did love his Dune. I love the Dune miniseries. You can probably see there's a poster there in the background, just there. That's John Harrison's Dune. John Harrison was George Romero's assistant director, and I really got into his films. And he directed the TV series of Dune, which I really appreciated. So yes, Solitude, Goodfellas was 90 as well. So I think Goodfellas might have started that kind of. Do you think it had something to do with that kind of gangster resurgence in the 90s? Or do you think that was all Tarantino? Scarface remake was 83, Kerry. Right. God, I thought it was later than that. So it was 83, De Palma's Scarface. Right. I mean, what other gangster movies did we get in the 80s, mid-80s that were really good? I remember the original Man on Fire with Scott Glenn. It's another remake, actually, speaking about the Crazies remake that I liked. I really loved the remake that Tony Scott did of that with Denzel Washington. That was a great remake, the Man on Fire remake. I stand corrected. That's all right. It's all right, Todd. We're all learning tonight. I get stuff wrong all the time. In fact, I've been corrected a few times tonight already. Donnie Brasco. Yes, Donnie Brasco was a good one. I remember reading the book. Was it Joe Pistone Was it Joe Pistone who wrote the book? I remember reading the book after the film. I saw the film and it made us go out and buy the book. I read the book that the guy, Donnie Brasco, wrote. was cool. The book was actually more about Sonny, who Michael Madsen played. He was the guy that the undercover cop was trying to get close to. It wasn't Lefty. So the original story was more like he was trying to get close to Michael Madsen's character. And Michael Madsen, R.I.P. He was great in Donnie Brasco. Can you imagine what Lynch would have done with the Ewoks? Have you seen that interview with Lynch when he starts talking about it? And he says, I met George Lucas and I started to get a headache. And then he showed us these things called Ewoks, and I started to get like a migraine. And then he started talking about these things called speeders, and I started to get a full-on headache. He just wanted to get out of there. He didn't want to do it at all. Did he do Dune instead of Return of the Jedi? I'm not sure. It would have been freaky, I can imagine. Yeah, Solitude. You heard that Lynch was in negotiation with Netflix about a new series. I heard that as well, just before he died. He did a few shorts with them. Did that great one when he was interrogating the monkey. Was it What Johnny Did? Or what did Little Johnny do or something when he was interviewing the monkey? It was his mouth on the monkey. It was so crazy. I know he did that one with Netflix. I remember laughing watching that. It was so crazy. Year of the Dragon Curry. Yes. That is a great, great movie. I'm a big Mickey Rourke fan. I know I keep pointing behind us, but you can see him just over my shoulder there. He actually wrote that movie, FTW. He wrote that one in Homeboy. I love Mickey Rourke. He's so underrated. He's a very, very complicated human being, though. But I love to see him talk, but he doesn't like to talk about himself. He had a really rough childhood and kind of fell into acting, and he always felt like it wasn't his true calling, and he went back to boxing. I remember watching him fight. I actually watched him fight. I didn't see him fight in person, but I watched him. He won like 14 bouts. He was a pretty decent boxer, but he didn't really fight anybody that was like championship. But he was getting there, you know? And then he packed that in and went back to acting. And I followed his career. I'm a big Mickey Rourke fan. I think You're the Dragon. It's a great performance in that. And Chimino, I always felt like we lost something there. I think he could have. I love his last film, Sun Chaser, with Woody Harrelson, and I love his remake. Again, on remakes of Desperate Hours. It's fantastic with Anthony Hopkins and Mickey Rourke and Mimi Rogers. It's a great, great remake, that one, of the Humphrey Bogart film. The Tarantino clones are better than the original to you these days. Joe Piscopo, yeah, it was. Yeah, some of the Tarantino clones are pretty good. There was one I really liked called Thursday. Can you remember Thursday, anyone? With Thomas Jane. That was a total riff on Tarantino's kind of Pulp Fiction. And I really enjoyed that one. It was the first time I remember seeing Thomas Jane, apart from second time. I'd seen him in Albert Pune's, not Cyborg, the other Albert Pune Cyborg movie, the famous Nemesis. Thomas Jane I saw in Nemesis. And then he popped up in this film Thursday. Pardon. And he was great in it. That was my favorite kind of Tarantino rip-off movie, but it was a rip-off. It was jumping on the back of the success of kind of that Tarantino-esque style, but I really liked it. Joe Pistone, right? Joe Pistone, yeah. So yeah, he was offered Dune mostly due to the success of Elephant Man. I can see that. Elephant Man was it a huge hit, Kerry? Elephant Man? I suppose in another weird way to live and die in LA. That is a weird one. That's a weird one to throw in the mix. It's quite a strange film, isn't it? Thief, Todd, I'm with you on Thief. Like, Thief was that was a really important film in my like film education. I saw that video again. I saw that late though, like mid 90s, maybe late 90s. This was just before it came out on DVD, so I bought the video, MGM, I think it was, and then it was like an MGM with it used to have the blue strip across the top. Bought it in HMV just because I was going through a James Caan. I didn't even realize it was Michael Mann. I did love Heat. But I didn't even realize Thief was Michael Mann when I bought it. I kind of picked it up and thought, oh, James Caan movie. He was really on the front holding his gun, you know. And man, I took that home and watched it and it blew my little mind. When I started making movies later as a student, I really referenced the Tangerine Dream music, but also the visual style of Thief. Kind of having the shooting at night and having the kind of roof over the top of the city, like the lights. It's a beautiful, beautiful film, Thief. In fact, when I had my first flat by myself, I bought the Manhunter and Thief posters and put them up. They were the first posters I bought, originals, Manhunter and Thief. Actually, well, I had originals when I was a kid, like I had Suburban Commando, I had Universal Soldier, Terminator 2, and a Dawn of the Dead. Sorry, Dawn of the Dead was the first ever uh, original poster I saved up and bought. But my first flat, I had a Thief poster and a Manhunter poster. But yeah, Thief's beautiful, beautiful. The Living Down Alley is beautiful too. It is in its own way. It's a strange film, but I think William Peterson's underrated, isn't he? I know he went to fame on television with CSI, but the couple of films I saw him in, Living Down LA, Manhunter, he pops up in Thief too, doesn't he? He's in the bar, I think, in Thief, one of the bar scenes. He's a fantastic actor. Young Guns, I think he was Pat Garrett in Young Guns, if I remember rightly. Young Guns 2. He won an Oscar with it. I didn't know that. I don't know. So did he win an Oscar for direction? Solitude for Elephant Man? Oscar nominated a few times, but a beautiful and heart-wrenching story. Yeah, definitely. Had more mass appeal than Eraserhead, without a doubt. Eraserhead, even when I was a kid, watching Eraserhead on VHS, I can't remember what the release was. It was the big green writing across the top of the VHS. It might have been, it might have been Forefront again. I know I brought up Forefront with Dawn of the Dead later on, but I think it might have been a Forefront release I had of Eraserhead. Big green letters above the top of the video, and then the black and white picture of Henry's head when the dust kind of blows behind him, the eraser dust. But yeah, definitely. I mean, even then, it wasn't that well known. I mean, I remember Lost Highway was kind of the big Lynch one, 97. And all my mates are saying, "Oh man, Lost Highway's great. It's got this kick-ass soundtrack with Nine Inch Nails and Marilyn Manson." And, and that's what we were all into at the time. And but I was like, "Man, have you not seen Eraserhead?" It took a while for it to catch on, I think. Yeah, you're right, Lampy. It was always gonna be a cult movie, I think. It was, I remember him saying it used to get shown with pink flamingos, I think, at midnight screenings in New York. I think it was Lynch that said that. It was like a double bill with pink flamingos. It was always, a midnight movie. And I think it was that guy who did Nightmare on Elm Street from New Line Cinema who was releasing it, Robert Shea, doing the screenings of it, if I remember rightly. Yeah, Solitude, This Quiet Earth, or The Quiet Earth. That's the Australian one, right? About the end of the world when it's the guy by himself, kind of wandering around in the post-apocalyptic landscape. I always loved Cherry 2000 with Melanie Griffiths. That was always one of my favorite post-apocalyptic ones. That Mad Max. I loved those two movies growing up. I was a big Melanie Griffiths fan. Still am. Still watch her movies very often. Speaking of Man Carey, I love The Keep and the soundtrack by Tangerine Dream. Chef's kiss. It is. Beautiful soundtrack. They're one of my favorite soundtrack artists, I think, Tangerine Dream. My favorite's Firestarter. I really love their soundtrack for Firestarter. They were actually Salvador Dali's house band, believe it or not. I went to see them live just before Ferruesi died, and I'm so privileged. I mean, it was pretty much just him. There was no Frankie anymore. It wasn't the original lineup by any means. The lineup changed so much over the years, but Ferruesi was the Roundhouse in London, and man, it was incredible just to be in the same room as him. They didn't do The Keep, but they did the soundtrack from Sorcerer. They played Betrayal. That was one of the big soundtrack kind of ones they did. It was beautiful. Gonna pick up the UK Criterion sometime. I know it's crazy in it now, Lampy. Everything's so damn expensive. I was saying that earlier on about 4Ks. I really want to buy like in the Mouth of Madness and stuff, but and Miss 45, but I'm just so skint at the minute. Everything's getting so expensive. Yeah, Todd, it makes LA a central character. It is, especially in Heat and stuff. I love the Bay Area that he did in Heat when he shows you all the cranes and stuff when they're all watching each other. And Hannah realizes he's been tricked, and Macaulay's up there watching him with a. It's great. I love the way he shoots the city, especially in Thief. Thief's my favorite. Whoa, Elephant Man had 8 nominations. That's incredible. I didn't know that. But 0 wins. All right. Robert Shea, yes. All right. But that's incredible in itself. I had no idea Elephant Man had 8 nominations. I know the cast was great. You had Anne Bancroft in there, didn't you? And Anthony Hopkins and Freddie. What's the guy's name? Is it Freddie Jones? He pops up in June as Thufir. Was he Thufir in June? Huey. He was Huey in June, I think. He pops up in the bar with that quacky voice in Wild at Heart. Am I right? Is it Freddie Jones? Proper late night crowd pleaser, yeah. It would be. I'd love to see it. I did see it at Tyneside Cinema when I was a teenager, but that was about 8 o'clock. I'd love to have seen it at midnight. I did see Plan 9 from Outer Space at midnight a couple of times. They used to show that in a bar in Newcastle I used to go to. Todd, I'd love to see a director's cut of The Keep, but man will never do it. He doesn't even like talking about it. I know it's been kind of a mythic movie over the years, hasn't it, Todd? The first time I saw it on video, it was a really, speaking about second or third generation copies, it was a really bad copy. And I was more interested in it for the soundtrack first time around. But it kind of looked like an 80s music video, I remember thinking. Remember Mausoleum with the green eyes? I remember the guy, the big kind of demon guy, when he comes out the end, his glowing eyes reminded us of Mausoleum and those kind of 80s effects, but I love it. I think the performances were great with Gabrielle Byrne, right? It was great. And Jürgen Prochnow. And I mean, great actors. Scott Glenn. Fantastic performances. But yeah, I've read that too. That he's not really interested in it because I think it was taken off him, wasn't it, and re-edited, Todd. And he just said, well, screw it then. And then went on to make, was it Thief he made next? Or did he make Thief before that? I guess it was Jericho Mile. Was it Manhunter? Or was it Jericho Mile, Thief, Manhunter? They were kind of like his early ones, weren't they? Polygram, that was it. That was it. Thanks, man. Lamp your man, yes. It was Polygram. Yes, the red line across the bottom. Polygram Entertainment. Yes. Polygram. That was the one. I bought that in that wasn't an ex rental. I bought it new. And of all places, would you believe where I bought it? Pound Stretcher. Can you remember Pound Stretcher? I bought the first copy of Eraserhead I had. I'm pretty sure now, backtracking, it wasn't an ex rental. I think I bought it in Pound Stretcher. I really do. I think it was in the racks of videos a Pound Stretcher used to have. Crazy. Yep, man. Thanks for that. That was doing my head in. Polygram. Oh yes, Todd. Miracle Mile. Beautiful. It's like a ticking clock, isn't it? The soundtrack. I've got the. It's a incredible film too, right? It was. I came late to that one. I saw that one in must have been 97, 98, late 90s. I didn't see that at all for when it came out, and but that was video. That wasn't DVD. And then later, I bought the Arrow Blu-ray of Miracle Mile, and it was beautiful to see it kind of remastered because I'd just seen it on VHS. But yeah, man, Anthony Edwards and was it Mayor Willingham? The girl he's trying to save. You get Brian Thompson pops up at the end as the kind of helicopter pilot. Man, so great! It made us the first time I saw it, I almost welled up when he comes back to get them in the helicopter, like he won't leave them. It's great. Such a great film. And the director, am I right in thinking it was the guy that did the U2 videos? I remember reading something. Let me just check quickly. I remember thinking Miracle Mile, the director, was a guy that I think he was doing music videos. Or am I thinking of Jan de Bont? I might be thinking of Jan de Bont, who did Speed. God, it was 88. Steve DeJohnette. Right. I think I was thinking of Jan de Bont. Steve DeJohnette, 1988, known for Miracle Mile. He directed Cherry 2000 as well. I had no idea. I just mentioned it before. And The X-Files, yep. So he did Cherry 2000, Miracle Mile, The X-Files, and Strange Brew as a writer. But yeah, I love Miracle Mile. It is a beautiful score. Yes, Kerry, they did Love on a Rail Train. It's a risky business. Fantastic soundtrack. And a fantastic scene. Young John loved that scene, in fact, with Rebecca De Mornay on the train with Tom Cruise. That was one of those young John Rennie moments. Produced by Danny DeVito. No way. Freddie Jones, Michael Elphick, John Gielgud, etc. Right. Oh, produced by Mel Brooks. Right. I didn't know you liked Mausoleum, Kerry. It's a strange one. That it was. It kind of gets a little bit forgotten, doesn't it? Mausoleum. I think it had a recent re-release. I didn't get it, but I remember seeing it getting a 4K or Blu-ray release or whatever it was. Manhunter was 86, so Thief was 87, I think, right? So Thief was his third one. So he did the TV movie, Jericho Mile, Manhunter, and then Thief, right? And then The Keep, I guess. The Sail to Razor was forefront, I think. Well, man, maybe it was forefront then. Man, it's crazy. You've got us all mixed up. I'm pretty sure it was Polygram, though, Glenn. Solitude, Lampy Man, the one that I had. I'm pretty sure it was. I remember the Polygram logo on it. I know, Todd. It's so cool, isn't it? That when they get the phone call and everything, and he just gets it by chance sitting in the restaurant, and the phone rings, and Anthony Edwards picks it up. It's a really underrated film. And like I say, that cool score that's like a ticking clock. Ding, 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 ding. It's awesome film. Awesome film. I love there's a bit where he almost gets out of LA and he's on the road going out and he falls off the back of the truck and he goes back. I remember that scene thinking how beautiful it looked from the kind of freeway. It's incredible film. Solitude, I watched the Raise Your Head, one at uni. And the time university showed movies in the theaters and in the evenings. Cool. When I was at uni, when I was studying film, they showed us loads of Richard Fleischer. I remember the Beatles film he did, A Hard Day's Night. I remember them showing us that. They showed us quite a few British directors, and they also showed us a lot of documentaries. They showed us like Titicut Follies, and they also showed us Geraldo's famous documentary about the hospital of Manhattan. They showed us loads of documentary stuff at uni. It's a great time. There was a lot of films I saw, and I remember Lampy Man when I was at uni. You showed me the Mondo Cane films, and I fell in love with those. Watching those, I remember showing it to one of my teachers, and she was like, "What is this that you brought into class?" But they were great. I loved those so much. I actually bought that box set eventually. At least I think I did. I did give you a pack, right? Also, Keep was 83. So The Keep was one of his first films then, Kerry. I didn't realize. It's hard to keep track of all these movies yet. I think we need to hire a secretary. Todd, at Miracle Mile and Cherry 2000 were his only two films. A shame. Yes, it is a shame. That two films I really admire, Todd. I do really rate. I know it's a silly film, but I really rate Cherry 2000. You get Ben Johnson popping up in there. It's a really good movie, Cherry 2000. I think she had her own kind of style going. Melanie Griffiths. I mean, coming from a famous family, Tippi Hedren was her mother, but she's got her own thing through Working Girl, through all those movies, through she did a great movie with Sidney Lumet, Stranger Among Us. I thought she was one of the best things about Bonfire of the Vanities, that film that totally tanked that Brian De Palma made. She was great in it, though. She's always great. I always admired her. There's just something about her that's real old school Hollywood, like a real talent. I really like Melanie Griffiths a lot. Talking about Dorcas, any thoughts on Werner Herzog? I love Herzog. He was really important to me as well, and especially at uni. I wrote about Grizzly Man a lot. It was coming out at that time, about 2003, I think it was. And I watched it and wrote about Grizzly Man when I was a student. Before then, I'd seen Fata Morgana on VHS because it was I'd rented Wrath of God, and I just fell in love with it. That was video, so that was in the video shop, Aguirre, Wrath of God. And I went back and kind of said, "Do you have any more Herzog?" And they were like, "Yeah, there's Fata Morgana," which was a short film. It was only about an hour, but they had it on VHS. And then Fitzcarraldo, Cobra Verde, and then for a while I didn't watch anything after Grizzly Man because I kind of caned him so much. And then I saw My Son, What Have Ye Done? the one with Udo Kier and Willem Dafoe and Michael Shannon, and that made us fall in love with him again. Solitude, and he's great. I don't think he's made a bad movie. I love his documentaries. I love that documentary he did for Netflix about the internet. Lo and behold, it was so like I think it was his most intellectual movie. It was so great the way that he thought through it, but then he took you away from it to these people in a community who had been affected by the internet and they were trying to get away from it. It was pretty cool doc, man. He's a really interesting guy. I really like him a lot. One of the things I love about him is that he said he never saw films until he was older, so he didn't have much to be influenced by. And I think you can really see that in his work. Better catch up on the comments. Mondo Carne films, Slampy Man, crazy films. He never told me he showed them to the lecturer. Surprised I wasn't sacked. Did I? I don't know if you remember, it was Shripali Patel, the lecturer. I wrote about them. I took them in. So Lampy Man and I worked together when I was a student. I worked for Glenn, for Lampy Man in the theatre. And Lampy Man taught us everything I know about lights and colour, everything. That's why I've got pink and blue in here and the backdrop and all that. So thanks to you, Lampy. but yeah, you lent us that box set of the Mondo Carne films, and I took them in and I wrote about them. I wrote a paper on them about the reality of them and how they mixed reality with fiction and created a story that was kind of found footage, but it was a narrative wound out of existing footage. That's what I wrote about them. I wrote a paper about them, and the teacher was interested, and I showed them to the teacher, and she was like, "What is this filth you're writing about? This is awful." But yeah, man, massive impact on us, those movies, Lampy. Really, I really appreciate you taking the time to share those with us, and well, sharing your time with us in general. We had a great time, right? When I was at uni, our film lecturer showed us a few Tarkovsky and Lynch, then Lang and Godard. But he obviously showed us some Loach, Gilbert, etc. Yeah, I like Lewis Gilbert too. It was I like Gilbert better than Loach. I really love the one with Michael Caine and Julie Walters, when he's the teacher in the school and she's a student and she comes to him and her husband thinks that she's having an affair with Michael Caine. And he's this kind of alcoholic university lecturer. God's name escapes us now. But it's a great educating reader. Great film. I love Gilbert. He's one of my. I think he's very underrated. But yeah, Godard as well. I was banging into the French New Wave stuff from Godard. I really liked. What was a really good one I liked? It was sci-fi. I saw it really early on. It wasn't Godard. It was Truffaut, the Ray Bradbury one. I saw that about the same time I was watching Logan's Run and stuff. It was fantastic sci-fi. It actually got us into Ray Bradbury. I hadn't read any. I had seen The Illustrated Man, the movie with Rod Steiger, but when I was young, but I hadn't realized it was based on Ray Bradbury's stories. But it was that movie, Fahrenheit 451, that made us that got me into kind of the French New Wave, because I looked up Truffaut after that, and after that I kind of found Jules and Jim and Janine Dealman and all that kind of stuff after that. But it was that weird little sci-fi with Oscar Werner and Julie Christie that got us into French New Wave. Weird, eh? Got a lot to thank sci-fi for. Love Herzog. His features are just so beautiful. They are. Grizzly Man is awesome and sad. It is, Kerry. I love what Herzog says about it. He says, I just don't understand the guy at all because I would never do what he did. But through film, I'm having a conversation with somebody who's dead. I'm giving you my feelings, like I was talking to Treadwell. That's so beautiful, that. He had a conversation with somebody who was dead through film, through the footage that Treadwell had shot. He had like a debate with him. Incredible. It's an incredible work, that. It's one of my favorite films of his, and it's weird because it's not really, he didn't shoot anything. He only shot the interviews. But that powerful moment when, he listens to the soundtrack of Huguenot and Treadwell getting killed, Amy Huguenot and Timothy Treadwell getting killed by the bears, and he says, he just takes it off and says, you shouldn't show anybody this. You should destroy it. He says, you should destroy this. You should never listen to it. That's what kind of guy is. So cool. But he's also got a great sense of humor, and he did that Incident at Loch Ness movie, and he was in The Mandalorian, and he was a bad guy in one of the Jack Reacher movies. He loves Hollywood. He says he loves it. He says he's never had problems getting funding. I have to say, Todd, my favorite Melanie Griffiths roles, Cherry 2000, Something Wild, man. Todd, Something Wild, Jonathan Demme. That was it's one of the movies that made me fall in love with Melanie Griffiths too. It's great. I think it's one of Jeff Daniels' best roles as well. It takes a wild thing. It takes a wild thing. It's one of my favorite endings. It just pans to the girl singing on the street. Carry the unpredicted defense of the fortress. Is that Douche Kretz? I'm not quite sure how to pronounce it. His ideas about truth are interesting. Yeah, it is solitude, right? He calls it an imagined truth or an imagined reality. I remember quoting him when I was a student talking about that. He said it's an imagined truth or an imagined reality, so it's based in truth, but it's also an imagined truth. So, like when he shot Fata Morgana, I remember that was one of the most interesting ones I thought because I saw it early on. Look at that beautiful sunset. I totally forgot there was those beautiful moments in the Crazies. We've been talking about everything apart from the Crazies, haven't we? Which is good, I guess. One of the worst wigs in cinema history. But yeah, it was interesting that his ideas about truth because he's not too concerned with it. He wants to deliver it, but he's going to show you an imagined truth, an imagined reality. There was a great book by where he interviewed Kevin MacDonald, the filmmaker who directed Touch in the Void about the two climbers, which I really liked. When two climbers were on, I'm not sure if it was Everest, but it was a mountain range, and one of the climbers falls off the edge, and the other guy, he's knocked out, and the other guy cuts his rope because he thinks the other guy's dead, but the other guy survives and kind of crawls back to base camp with both his legs broken. And they had to kind of have this relationship after the guy had wrote the other guy off and almost killed him. And he wrote a book, Kevin MacDonald, called "Imagining Reality." I think it was. I think he interviewed Herzog in the book, if I remember rightly. It was a while ago. This is student days I'm talking about, but it was a really good book. Kerry, remind me to message you, John. Kerry, remember the messages. Oh, thanks, Glenn. Thanks, Lampy. You love the lighting. It's a couple of LEDs. I got a couple of cheap. Oh, I can't see, can you? I got a couple of cheap LEDs. I was influenced by Inferno. But the ones at the back on the shelves are just those little LED strips. I really wanted to try and make the background as interesting if I was going to start and do live streams. So hope you enjoyed it, by the way, everyone. This is only my second one, so hope we're all we're all enjoying it. But yeah, I thought I'd make an effort and try and light it all. Thanks, man. I really appreciate that. Yeah, educating radar. Yep. Sorry, I'm just catching up on the chat. Laugh out loud. What is this filth? They hit the right note there. Yes, you did. Yeah. Herzog, Cherry 2000, George Romero. The conversation is slightly surreal. It always is. It was weird today, Todd. Well, everybody, man. I did that review of that Anderson film, One Battle After Another. And obviously, in the Boneyard Cinema, Lampy Man inspired us to start my own channel, and I did. And I've talked about film. My first video was about Michael Winner, like his early 70s films. I've always talked about films that I wanted to talk about, so something that I found interesting or something I could learn from, or, and today I posted that review. And I mean, this is not to get down on the commenter if you're listening, by the way, not at all. It was just interesting that this commenter said this. But the commenter said, you didn't tell us anything about this movie. You didn't tell us that it went over budget. You didn't tell us that the director might never direct again because he's made the company go into debt and all this. And so he didn't tell us anything about the movie. And I kind of said, well, that's not this kind of channel, I mean, I wanted to tell you how I felt about that movie because I saw something interesting in it. I wasn't really concerned about the the budget, but I went to the cinema and I saw something very interesting in it, and I wanted to share that. I just thought it was an interesting comment. The fact that somebody wanted to know about the budget from the review. So maybe I should try and include more factual stuff in the more modern reviews, perhaps. So it was a good comment in a way, because maybe I should include more factual stuff in the reviews rather than just what I think. Yeah, Fahrenheit 451. Yep, Todd, Fahrenheit 451. That was the one. I'm just getting down to those. Oh, Alphaville. Yeah, I love Alphaville. That's Melville, right? Was Alphaville Melville, or was that Godard? I love that one. That's the one with the detective, right? In the block of flats. I remember loving that one. This is back in the day, though, Kerry. I'm talking about VHS. It's about the detective in the future, right? And he goes into that block of flats and he finds the robot. and the robots committed murder. Am I right in thinking that? I just remember a cool looking detective guy. Alphaville, yeah. Was just thinking of Alphaville. That was the name of the genre-centric video store I owned in the 90s. Wow, Todd, you owned a video store in the 90s. That's fantastic. So I guess we're all Alpha. Well, if I'm thinking of the right movie, we're all Alphaville fans. Also, it was Godard Alphaville, right? Godard. Yeah, he did Solitude. I really liked that. Port of Call, New Orleans. The Val Kilmer. Well, I should say Nicolas Cage. Val Kilmer was kind of secondary, but I'm a huge Nicolas Cage fan. It's a great cast, right? Firuza Balk as well. And those cool. She had those big leather boots on when they were having the love scene and stuff, and he was like stoned out with his brains. I love that, and all the close-up shots of the kind of crocodiles and lizards, and yeah, man, it needed more Val Kilmer. I'll say that. All of Val Kilmer's later films needed more Val Kilmer. So that's the one, Kerry. It is the one. Yeah, I just remember him going to this block of flats and going like walking to the doors, and it's been years. I'll check that out again. That's one I should pick up. I will, because I'm sure I'll love that. Seeing that again. Godard, I think The Weekend and obviously Breathless. There was some awesome ones he did, man. The awesome ones. He did one later on, late 60s, which I really liked, with where he filmed the Rolling Stones in the recording studio, but he made these kind of revolutionary scenes around it that was really interesting, like scenes of gory revolution. People getting shot in the streets and stuff. And when they were doing Sympathy for the Devil, there was all these kind of cutaways to this kind of weird, almost futuristic thing with guys in boiler suits and stuff. It was really interesting, that movie. I think it was called The Devil, or Sympathy for the Devil after the song. That was a really good Godard one. But out of them all, I think Truffaut was my favorite because of Fahrenheit 451. It was and kind of me getting into him because of that. And if I'm not mistaken, it was him that did Jules and Jim, right? And that was Oscar Werner from Fahrenheit 451. And what's that great French actress's name who was in all the New Wave films? Janine. Is it Janine? I can't remember her name, but I remember Oscar Werner because that was the next one I saw after Fahrenheit 451, and it was the same German actor. Just excuse me for a minute, guys. I've just got to nip to the. I've got to check the plumbing. I'll be back in a second. Stay tuned. I also grabbed another can while I went down. Thanks for joining us, everyone. I really appreciate it. I've had a flipping terrible couple of days. I really appreciate you joining us for this watch along and chill out. I really appreciate it. I just needed to relax and talk about movies. You know how it is. That's true. It wouldn't be Godard if it didn't have jump cuts. I remember we had a teacher at uni who taught us about that, showing us the jumps in time. And I remember them showing us, I think it was Key Largo, and they showed us the fact that kind of Bogart went up the stairs, opened the door, went into the room, got what he wanted, turned around, came out of the room, walked down the stairs, and then went back into the conversation with Edward G and the rest of the guys, and then showed us the jump cuts in time in Godard's film. I can't remember. Do you know what it is? It might have been Alphaville, but they showed us the jump cuts in time, so he didn't have to go to the room, open the door, and go down the stairs. He said, "I'm leaving." He went in the room, jump cut to the room, jump cut and went back out of the room, but showed you the shift in time. That was a really good lesson. In fact, I think that was the biggest lesson I learned from Godard. That and wheelchairs. I actually have a wheelchair up here that I use for making my own movies. I got that from Breathless. Sticking the camera operator in a wheelchair so you don't need to lay track in the street. You can get shots really quick. I drink with an old guy called Eddie. I'm going to say cheers to him. He sold us one of his old wheelchairs so I could use it for my movies. Not much of a Kilmer fan, Solitude. As he deliberately sabotaged the island of Dr. Moreau. Yeah, I know. That ruined the director's career, Richard Stanley. I know me and Lampy Man are big Richard Stanley fans as well. And Kerry, Dust Devil. Yeah, we did a watch along of Dust Devil on Glenn's channel, Cynical Celluloid. Yeah, Richard Stanley's a great director. I loved the Lovecraft one he did recently. Well, not recently, actually. It was a few years ago now with Cage. And was it Miranda Richardson? I can't remember the actress's name. Playing his wife. But there was like a H.P. Lovecraft Color Out of Space inspired thing. It was great. I mean, Hardware. This is what you want. This is what you get. I love that movie so much, Hardware. I know Glenn Lampy Man reviewed it recently, didn't you? Which was a great review. And I remember you saying you didn't think it had aged that great, but it's still got full of ideas. I know the 2000 AD tried to sue him because they said he'd stolen the story. Yeah, Color Out of Space, Gary, that's the one. Oh, Key Largo's great. Key Largo is it's the one with the storm outside. I love that one. When all of him and the gangsters are all stuck in there. And of course, you've got what's that beautiful, beautiful actress? One of the greatest actresses of all time, who went out with Bogey. I'll have to Google it. She's in one of my favorite Schrader films, The Walker, with Woody Harrelson later on. She's such an incredible actress. So Key Largo's 48, Humphrey Bogart, Edward G, Lauren Bacall. How could I forget Lauren Bacall? Lauren Bacall, one of the greats. She's in a great movie, The Walker, that Paul Schrader made later on in his career with Woody Harrelson, which he kind of calls one of the sequels to American Gigolo. He says it's kind of the American Gigolo character when he gets older. Great, great film, The Walker. And Lauren Bacall, Lily Tomlin, Kristen Scott Thomas, Willem Dafoe, Ned Beatty. Great, great cast. And Woody Harrelson's best role, I think. But apparently he didn't quite like it. You got that before us, didn't you, Kerry? I was just looking in the chat. Lauren Bacall, yep. It was a while back, but I like the film a lot. Yeah, it's great. It is a great film. Stanley, there's nobody quite like him, is there? When you look at his filmography and his style, especially in Dust Devil, I mean, it was you that got us into Dust Devil, Lampy. It's an incredible film. I mean, the cinematography, everything about it, the acting is great. Even though that Chelsea failed so good in it, it's just his visual style was second to none. He kind of built a mythos up, didn't he, in those films? I wish he'd been able to continue. But it's like you say, Solitude, that film, Kilmer just come off Batman Forever. And apparently it was that, what was it? There was a documentary, right, Solitude, about it. I did watch it. I think it was called Island of Lost Souls. I don't know, the demaking of a classic or whatever it was. But I love the Michael York one, and I love the Charles Lawton one. Like I say, when I was a teenager, I was a big sci-fi fan, so I read H.G. Wells' Moreau, and I'm a big Michael York fan off the back of Logan's Run, loving that when I was a teenager. So, pardon me, I was a big Logan's Run fan, you know. It's a big Dr. Moreau fan. Got Burt Lancaster as Moreau, you know, awesome. So when they were remaking it, I thought, oh, great. And yeah, James Woods was originally going to be involved, and I think it was the guy from Northern Exposure that said in the documentary was going to play the lead. And I mean, David Thewlis was a much better choice in the, I think, in the long run. But Frankenheimer, working class hero, that guy. I don't know what happened. I mean, he did Birdman of Alcatraz and Year of the Gun and, the Manchurian Candidate and Seconds and all these incredible movies. And then he ended his career kind of being the guy that people called to fix movies. And he got called in to fix Island of Dr. Moreau. Kerry, hardware is what Terminator 3 should have been. Yes. Terminator 3, talk to the hand. I did like the Terminator though, I was gonna say the bad guy, the bad female Terminator in that. It was cool, I thought she was pretty cool. And I loved that there was one scene I liked with, Schwarzenegger carrying the coffin full of guns, I think it was. It wasn't the worst movie ever made, but it was pretty close, pretty close. It shouldn't have been. That franchise totally nosedived, didn't it? It really did. But I guess that's what happens when you first two are awesome. But I mean, what do you think about franchises, everyone? Because Terminator, I always come back to it. I mean, I went to see Dark Fate. I always come back to it. I went to see Genesis. I went to see Salvation because I loved it so much growing up. I'll always come back to it. I'm like that with Children of the Corn too, man. I love the Children of the Corn franchise. Don't hate us, but I love it. And whenever they do a new one, I always go to see it, and they're always terrible. But it's like I'm the audience they're making them for, so I feel bad. But I always go and see them or rent them or whatever it is. Stanley is very style driven. The story serves the look. It does, yeah. I agree. Its style's beautiful, isn't it? There was uh there was those documentaries he did. I'm not sure if I sent them to you. Did I send you those documentaries, The Dark of the Moon and the ones he did that was silent in Iraq? Was it Iraq or Iran? I think it might have been Iran he went to. And he was filming during the Russian conflict. Um and they looked beautiful, but they were silent documentaries because he couldn't afford to shoot the sync sound. Very visual and very beautiful, and I think you could turn the sound off on Dust Devil, and it would still be a beautiful, beautiful film. I'd love to speak to that guy. He's one of the directors, like, out of everyone still working, I'd love to speak to Richard Stanley and just ask him questions because he's got I recently watched that documentary made about the Templars and, the Nazi gold in the mountains. It was so, so cool. He's just got loads of ideas, man, that guy. Really interesting, very interesting filmmaker. Love how the heat of the Nambian, I think I'm pronouncing that right, Nambian sun is almost like a character in Dust Devil. It is, isn't it? The heat is the same in Hardware at the beginning. When you see the dust and stuff in the store where he comes in and buys the head, you can really feel it. You can. He's great. He's a very visual storyteller. And Lampy, I think you're right. It is. It's like the story second of the visuals. That could be because the Blu-ray looks so damn good. It does, doesn't it, Kerry? Solitude, yeah, caught in the dock. The actor held orgies. The actor held orgies. Flipping hell. I do remember something about that now you mention it. They said it was a good time, right? They were all smoking pot and getting drunk on set, and they were all pretty young crew. For all the faults in it, it is a very disjointed film. And for me, it hasn't got a touch on Island of Lost Souls, the Lawton film, which I think was Val Lewton, right? Or the I'm not sure who directed. Was it Richard Fleischer who directed Moreau, the '70s version with Michael York? But it's a very flawed film. But I enjoyed it. I like Frankenheimer's direction. He's very direct. I really like his kind of matter of fact style. I'm a big fan of Manchurian Candidate. I actually love Frank Sinatra. I think he's a very underrated actor. I love him in The Detective as well, and I love those Lady in Cement movies he did when he was the detective. But it's an interesting, very flawed film. One of Brando's crazy out there performances. You know, Val Kilmer just being a pure prima donna. As much as I love the guy, I do love him. And I mean, you can check out the video I made when he died. You can see how much I love him. He was kind of one of the it guys for me when I was growing up. He was somebody I would go and see all the time. This is before Batman. This is the Kill Me Again days, and after not Weird Science. What was the one he did when he was the Brainiac? Young Einstein or whatever it was. It was great. Was Meg Ryan in that one? Remember the one when he was a kid? He did the Top Secret. Was it Top Secret he did? And then he did the one where he was the young Einstein type character. I wonder if it was John Hughes. Probably not. I'm just thinking out loud. When something becomes a franchise, the story is dead. I know what you mean, Lampy. I was just watching. I'm really late to the game, but I bought the Nightmare on Elm Street box set. I've been watching the Nightmare on Elm Street ones again, and as interesting as two is, it kind of kills the story. I think two is a very good film, but the rest of them it just seems to get less and less and less as it goes on, and then Craven kind of. I'm not so much a huge fan of New Nightmare as everybody else, but it is the second best film in the franchise. It definitely goes Nightmare on Elm Street, New Nightmare. But it's an interesting, visually stunning franchise because you got Rennie Harlin in there and Stephen Hopkins, and that directed a few. But it gets lost. The story gets lost, doesn't it? I felt that. I know exactly what you mean. It's more about selling tickets than it is carrying on the story. I think it was Carpenter, wasn't it, that said when they asked him to do Halloween 2, his heart just kind of sank a little bit, but he was contractually obligated to do it. And he said he literally bought a 6-pack of beer and wrote what came because he thought they'd done everything they could do in Halloween 1. But I mean, there's sometimes interesting failures in franchises. I quite like the one of the Nightmare on Elm Streets, one of the Friday the 13th. I think it's the New Blood. That one was quite interesting with the Albert Pune actor in Tom Matthews playing the grown-up Tommy Jarvis. I quite like that one. Watching them again, and watching I watched them both. Sorry, again. I watched Nightmare on Elm Street and I watched the Jason. I bought the Jason franchise on DVD, not 4K though. I just bought a DVD box set of them. I just fancied watching a few franchises. Kerry, depending on the franchises, but I do like original Poltergeist and its sequels. I do too. I'm actually writing a video about Poltergeist, Kerry, at the moment. That's a coincidence. I really like Nancy Allen and Tom Skerritt in the third one. I hadn't seen it for a long time, and I watched it last week, and I really enjoyed it. The third one. I didn't realize it was directed by Gary Sherman. He's kind of a really famous '80s guy on the film scene in Hollywood. The second Poltergeist did kind of what Children of the Corn did, bringing in the Native American twist, which is quite interesting. But again, it's just like Lampy Man was saying, they do lose the story a bit, and it's kind of like whatever, isn't it? You just want to keep it going. I mean, there's got to be some. Oh man, sorry, I just looked at the Crazies there on my other screen. That's my favorite guy gone from Knight Riders, the Marlon Brando impersonator. It's a great firefight sequence. That I think so. Not sure, so don't quote me on that. Also, I did send them, Lampy. Great. I did send them. Yeah, interesting, but a bit unbalancing with the style. It is. I mean, it was crazy, wasn't it? The fact that he just went out there with a hand cranked camera and shot those things. Really creative. But I think he was just shooting and then editing stuff together. I think so. I understand what you mean. I think it was all made in the edit, those movies. But interesting, man. Interesting, I thought. I'm not sure. Solitude, a good idea. Reach out to him. I'm sure he'll agree to an interview. I don't know if I'd be a good interviewer. I tried to reach out to Michael Apted once when I was a student, and he died the week later. I was sorry. I know that's funny, but I was writing a paper on his Leonard Peltier documentary that Robert Redford produced, The Instant at Oglala, which they made the documentary the fiction film Thunderheart out of. Same director, Michael Apted, did the documentary and the fiction film, and I was really interested in studying documentary and fiction together, and thought I'll reach out to the director. I reached out to him. To his agents. His agents got back to us and said, "Oh, he's very interested in speaking here. You know, he's open to speaking to students, whatever." The next week, he died. I'm sure it wasn't me, but maybe he was thinking, my career's over now. Students want to speak to us. But I would love to speak to him, Solitude. I really would. It might be an idea. I don't know. I think I might be too nervous to speak to someone I admire so much because I really do admire Stanley's work. Speaking of Sinatra and his films, do you like the Rat Pack films? I do. I like the Oceans films, the original ones, or the original Oceans film, I should say. I'm a big Sammy Davis fan, but not in the movies. I really like the guy who directed Cabaret. He did Lenny with Dustin Hoffman, which is beautiful. Star 80, which is a really strange film with Meryl Hemingway and Eric Roberts about the true life story of Dorothy Stratton, who was killed, the Playboy model. But he's also a great dancer. He choreographed. I'm trying to remember his name as I'm talking. He choreographed Gene Kelly, didn't he? And Singing in the Rain. And he did a film called Sweet Charity with Shirley MacLaine about a prostitute, which is really out there on the edge for its time. It's really sad film. Um, but Sammy Davis does this great scene in it where he's this kind of psychedelic preacher, and he's so good in it. Dean Martin had his moments. Dean Martin was in a great one of my favorite John Wayne films, Rio Bravo. Him and I think it was Ricky Nelson, the singer. But yeah, Rio Bravo, Dean Martin's great in that. They could all act, you know. They were all really good entertainers, and they knew exactly what they could and couldn't do. And what I love about Sinatra was that when he did the detective, especially, is that he was really reaching. He was looking, and he nailed it. I mean, the Manchurian Candidate, when he kills that guy, like one of his own men under mind control, it's a convincing performance. I really like Sinatra. But yeah, I do like the Oceans film, the Rat Pack films, and I do like the Rat Pack actors, and I like them as personalities. I'm a big Sinatra fan. I've got all of his records. I really like Sinatra's music as well. Top Secret was very funny, yeah. So it was Top Secret. What was the one? Real Genius? It was Real Genius. I just read Top Secret there, Lampy, and it clicked. It was Real Genius was the one, not Young Einstein. That was the other Val Kilmer one I loved when I was a kid. It did, didn't it? Lampy, Nightmare really lost its way from 2 onwards. 2 was a good film in many respects, but they made Freddy too much. The main focus after that, rather than the threat. Yeah, they did. He didn't become a threat. It was like you kind of knew they were going to foil him in some way, didn't you? In the end, and you knew who the last character was going to be, and yeah, it was interesting. Like, there's interesting bits. I mean, I was listening to what was the one the other day? I love there's a channel I watch, Planet CHH, and he loves the Nightmare on Elm Street films, and he was talking about the documentary on the new release of Freddy's Dead, I think it was. And he said Rachel Talladay, the director, who'd been, I think she was working as a producer on the films at New Line, was really influenced by David Lynch. So when they get to the town, is it Springwood was the town? That Freddy killed everybody. And there's that kind of scene where they go to the old carnival, and there's kind of Tom Arnold and Roseanne Barr as that weird couple and stuff. And apparently she was really influenced by David Lynch for that scene, which is pretty crazy. But there's interesting bits, but you're right, they do lose the story. I think they all do. I do love, again, everyone's gonna hate us. I really like Children of the Corn 3, Urban Harvest. I love Screaming Mad George, the special effects makeup artist, and I love his work in that film. The guy's head snapping up in the corn and stuff. Sometimes I'm just a gorehound, you know. I really like Night of the Living Dead. Is it Return of the Living Dead 3 as well? With Brian Yuzna. That's an interesting franchise, Return of the Living Dead. The kind of John Russo did that kind of spin-off the Romero films. Wow, there's so many franchises to talk about, isn't there? But well, we'll see later on. I could generally, I kind of like everything, and I've got so many favorite films. But there's a couple that stand out. I like films. I love others. Freddy versus, isn't it? Yeah. 80. I was going to say Bob Fosse. That's it. Bob Fosse. Then she said Singing in the Rain and went, nah, it is Bob Fosse. Bob Fosse choreographed Gene Kelly's moves in Singing in the Rain, Kerry. He was, so he's a choreographer, Bob Fosse. That's what he did. That was Bob Fosse, yes. One of the most underrated directors of all time. I think his films are beautiful. I really do. So many great movies in that short career. He only directed 7 or 8 movies, and each one of them is breathtaking to look at. The whole Bye Bye Life, Roy Scheider, and all that jazz is incredible. Incredible scene. But yes, thank you so much, Bob Fosse. Bob Fosse here, Bob Fosse. But if you get a chance, that Lenny's great. He did 2 films that weren't musicals, Lenny and Star 80, and they were both beautiful films. Very dark, but very beautifully made films. Whereas I love films and I love the rest. Showtime, Solitude. The great montage scene, isn't it? That great. Oh, me too, Lampy. Well, me and you bonded over Russo at midnight. Yep. I don't like Russo's films, but I'm bloody glad they exist. I know. I watched The Majorettes again a couple of weeks ago. The slasher he did. It's awful. Awful, awful film. The Booby Hatch as well. I actually bought The Booby Hatch on DVD a few years back. I can't believe I spent money on that. But he's like, I think me and you've said before, haven't we? He's like the strange uncle that turns up at Christmas and the Romero kind of crew and the Pittsburgh crew. He's like the guy that I can do that. He kind of muscles in on everything. But I do love the guy. I mean, well, you know, I'm a huge fan of John Russo's Midnight. Huge. I bought the remake. I bought the novel. I read his books. I read his novel of Return of the Living Dead. I'm just interested in him. I'm interested in the whole Pittsburgh crew, especially. But I think John Harrison, like I say, I've got the poster there, the Dune behind us, over there. I really like John Harrison. He was my favorite of the kind of alumni that Romero had. I think he went on to have his own career, which I really like. He did Book of Blood, before Books of Blood. Book of Blood in like 2008, which is a beautiful film based on Clive Barker's stories. And he's a great composer too. And Creepshow and Day of the Dead. I think he brought something to everything. I like to suffer. Yes, I do. Sorry, I was going off on a John Harrison rant there. I really do rate John Harrison. I think he's a great director, great composer. But I mean, he had a whole crew, didn't he? I was so sad reading about the way that kind of Michael Gornick and Romero fell out, because Michael Gornick kind of felt like, so Michael Gornick is the guy that shot, for anyone that doesn't know everybody, Michael Gornick was the guy that shot Martin. He was Romero's editor. Before that, he was a renaissance man at Romero's company. He could do everything. He could do graphics, he could do editing, he could do shooting. He learned how to shoot in the service when he was drafted. He's great camera operator. He shot Dawn of the Dead, for example. He shot Day of the Dead. Great camera operator. And he got the chance to direct with Creepshow too, but Romero wasn't interested in going into television, doing the Tales from the Dark Side stuff at Laurel. But he kind of said, "Guys, I'm leaving. I'll write the screenplay. Go for it." And then he left. And I think Laurel and Gornick and them kind of felt like Romero had left them in the lurch a bit, and they fell out for a few years. But they made friends eventually, I think, before Romero's death. But it was sad that those guys had that great run, you know, of like Martin and Creepshow and Dawn of the Dead and Day of the Dead and Night Riders, you know. And I think when Romero left that community of him and Christine Forrest and Harrison and Gornick and, you know, I mean, there's so many people to mention, you know, they've made all those films for a decade together, the same crews. He kind of lost something, you know. I mean, the Crazies that we've hardly mentioned while we're watching it. It's a real handmade movie. These were people making this because they wanted to make something together. And I love it because of that. You actually see Michael Gornick pop up in it as one of the Crazies. And his later films, The Dark Off and Monkey Shines, they're great. But they haven't got something that these movies have. It's hard to put your finger on it, you know? But there's something in Dark Off and Monkey Shines that the Crazies has, the Dawn of the Dead has, the Night has, the Dawn has, the Night Riders definitely has, like a community spirit that's like not there in his later movies. Creepshow 2 as well, yeah. I do love Creepshow 2. Nowhere near as much as Creepshow 1, but I do watch Creepshow 2 a lot. And it was one of the only films to ever give us nightmares. The Hitchhiker, Thanks for the Ride Lady, scared the crap out of me. Give us nightmares, that one, Kerry, Creepshow 2. Speaking of John Russo, I find Midnight a good watch, but the Satanic Rituals are a bit tame. They are, indeed. It was a very, very, very low-budget movie. But also a movie I really, really like. And I'd say I watch Midnight at least 2 or 3 times a year. That's why I've always got that song in my head. I'm not gonna sing it. Bite my lip, I'm not gonna sing it. Romero's always been the best when he had a little money and a lot of friends. Definitely, Lampy. Definitely. It's the same I find with a lot of directors. I was talking about this with Martin Scorsese a few weeks back. It was not with him, about him. But when he did Main Streets and Taxi Driver and, like, his low budget stuff, like, even Color of Money or, what's that great one he did, After Midnight in, After Hours in New York? His films are so much more creative when he hasn't got as much budget. And then when they gave him all that money, he made New York, New York, and it was like a massive flop. I think a lot of people work more creatively when they've got limits. And Romero certainly did. He kinda It's interesting what you said about Stanley Lampy when you were saying that the visuals are kinda second to the story. With Romero, it's like the story's second to the visuals almost. He shoots exactly what we need to see in order to get his story and his point across. Would you agree on that one? Because his films are it's like they're almost shot the way they are out of necessity early on, because later on, those movies, Land of the Dead, Survival of the Dead, Diary of the Dead, Monkey Shines, Bruiser, Dark Half, they're beautiful films, good-looking films. They look like certainly Dark Half looks like a Hollywood film, as does Monkey Shines, I think, as does Land of the Dead, actually. But there's just something that's not there. But in his earlier films, even though the visuals aren't as stunning, there's no sweeping cameras, there's no, swells of music, but it's exactly what you need to get a story across. Sing, my angel, sing. No, I'm not gonna torture anybody with singing, Kerry. We do that enough on Cinema Conversations. Do you mean Carpenter kinda had his friends and stuff around him as well, and when he has less, he creates more? I'm not sure how much of a budget Carpenter had later on, but, I know in '94, for me, that was the peak. I'm a huge, huge In the Mouth of Madness fan, like, huge. I think it's like the pinnacle of his career. I think that movie's perfect. The score is fantastic. He's got a great cast with, Sam Neill and Julie Carmen. Jürgen Prochnow again, who we mentioned earlier on. He's got, Vigo from Ghostbusters 2. He's got, like, everybody he needs. It's, Charlton Heston, man. Charlton Heston's in a John Carpenter film. But, for me, that was kind of his peak. But Hollywood films are good, but don't compare to The Thing, yes. I mean, The Thing was, his first big thing when it with first big thing with Universal, and when it flopped, they just booted him, didn't they? They had to kind of revamp his career. He went and did those lower budget ones, Prince of Darkness and They Live. Well, if anybody was watching the Crazies, I don't think any of us will. I've been, like, kinda scooting across and just watching it as we've been going along. It was nice to see it. It was. I enjoyed Lynn Lowry's death scene. But I just think that was where Romero really found his footing, I thought it was a good one to watch. And cheers, Film Cube, check them out. They put some great feature-length films on there. But he always tried, man, didn't he? He always tried to do more than what he had, especially with Dawn. I mean, Dawn was so huge in its, scope. He really tried with Dawn, and it worked. It really worked. I really enjoyed watching it again the other day. It had been a while since I'd watched it. Watching that second sight release. I actually watched 2 versions. I think it was called the Cannes cut, which, I think it had the exploding head and the second bite and some of the other stuff. And then I watched the Argento cut, which was shorter and much faster and had that kind of pulsing Argento score. And I loved them both. They were great. I think it depends what mood I'm in. It's interesting. You've got like 4 versions to watch. It's like Blade Runner. Yeah, budget-wise too. Romero let his characters tell the story. The effects and flashy stuff was something he put on like the cherry on the cake. Was I? It is totally right, Lampy. I think he'd just call Savini, wouldn't he, and say, "Hey, Savini, I've got this film. We need to kill some people. Think of ways to kill people in magnificent ways." Well, he's to the Crazies for all who were watching. It's a great movie. I really like the Crazies, man. It's fantastic. All right. I heard the Carpenter kept working on the script of the thing. His production got postponed all the time. Yeah, it was apparently it was the weather and stuff, right? I remember watching a doc about that on the. It was actually the first DVD I bought was the thing from Woolworths. When DVDs first came out, it was £27. And this is how sad I am. I went home and I put on the Universal video, the one that had the Norris's face on the front. And I put that in the video player. And I had I can't remember what DVD player it was. It was one of the silver ones that Asda used to sell. I bought my first DVD player in Asda. And they played everything. They would play CDs, copied DVDs, whatever. But, and I watched them together. And you know what was different? One had the Four Tops when Knowles puts the radio on, and the other one had Superstition by Stevie Wonder. That was the only difference. So I guess, pardon me, when they released the DVD, they mustn't have wanted to pay the rights for Superstition by Stevie Wonder. So it was the Four Tops on the DVD. On the Blu-ray at DVD. Yes, the Four Tops on DVD, and it was Stevie Wonder on the video. So I'm guessing Stevie Wonder must have been in the original. That was the only difference I saw. Strange difference. But yeah, apparently it got delayed all the time before they got back to the sound stages in LA. The Thing. It's got to be one of the greatest. I mean, it always comes up now. Can you imagine how much that flopped? You know, before when we were talking about movies that flopped, like It's a Wonderful Life and stuff when they first came out, it's crazy how much everybody hated The Thing. I mean, it was 82. So I guess I saw that in the early 90s on VHS. And I mean, me and all my friends like fell in love with it immediately. It's so strange that critics didn't get it in the day. So much hate as well. If you ever read the reviews, they're horrible towards it. Definitely plenty of fun kills. Blade. Yeah, that was a great one. Blade. I really like the sequel, that one that Del Toro directed. The one with the guy from Bros is that vampire whose face opens up. Luke Goss. So I started collecting film when I got my PS2 in 2000. I think I bought my last video in around 2000. The last video I bought was History of Violence, Cronenberg. That was the last thing I bought on video. I remember going to the shop and buying it. And there was also Sleepy Hollow just before then. I think they were the last two VHS I bought, like new VHS. Because for a while, I did keep buying VHS because they got really, really cheap when DVDs came out. So you could get like, I don't know, 4 or 5 films for a £5 or whatever, like £1 each in shops and things and secondhand markets. But then I stopped because I realized that I should start buying DVDs now because the quality was better. And one of my biggest regrets of all time is that I sold around 3,000 VHS. That was my collection from, this is from back home when I was a kid. My dad, bless him, man, he built his rack in the garage because I had so many movies. They used to do up cars and motorbikes in the garage, so the cars were never in the garage. Me and my dad loved Christine because my dad loved the Plymouth Fury from 57 or 58. And he built us a rack for all my videos in the garage, thousands. So he gave us a little bit of space. He put like there was blankets behind it so they wouldn't get damp, like moving blankets and stuff. Awesome. But I sold them, most of them in around that time, about 2001, 2002. I sold around 3,000 VHS, and I'm absolutely gutted because there was so many that I wish I still had. So many films that aren't available. There's a slasher movie I love called Mirage, and you can't get it DVD anywhere. The only thing I can find is a VHS rip on YouTube, and it's such a fantastic slasher, one of my favorites. Early 90s slasher film about this black truck in the desert killing these teenagers. But it's such a cool movie and so well shot and doesn't exist anymore. Sounds like the later release of Return of the Living Dead, the DVD release, had some significant soundtrack changes. It's interesting, isn't it? Lampy, that when that happens. And that's why it's worth keeping the old media, because there's some changes that you never know. There was a big thing with that. I had Return of the Living Dead 2. I think it was Return of the Living Dead 2, and the VHS is totally different to the DVD. I mean, the soundtrack's totally different. This new score, I don't know whether this didn't like it and sacked the guy or what, but two totally different scores. And I mean, the first one's not very good, so they obviously thought, it doesn't work. But they must have released it because I owned it on video with a different score. And then I think the DVD was a foreign release I bought. Maybe it's Japanese. That was the first DVD release out of it, and that was a totally different score. It's so interesting, man. When you start learning this, I'm a big Bruce Springsteen fan, like huge. And I've been watching a lot of his concerts and stuff lately just because I'm having rubbish time with the neighbors and jumping job to job. I had a horrible job last week, editing this movie that just didn't go well. So I've been listening to a lot of comfort tunes and stuff and watching a lot of comfort movies. I watched Day of the Dead a lot recently. It's a proper comfort movie. But I was listening to loads of Springsteen. And I thought, I dig that Light of Day out. I've got Light of Day on VHS, which is a Paul Schrader film with Michael J. Fox and Joan Jett, which I really, really like. And I watched the VHS, plugged the old VHS in again and watched it because it was a comfort film. And I thought, I wonder if that's out yet on DVD. Still no DVD release. You can get one release from Germany, but it's dubbed in German language, so you can't watch it in English. And apparently it's because of the Bruce Springsteen music that they can't release the film. Crazy. I mean, it's such a great film. You got Michael J. Fox, Joan Jett, the guy from Spinal Tap, Michael McKean's in it, playing bass. He's a great bass player. A really interesting movie. Can't get it because of rights on the music. It really deserves a decent release. Gina Rowlands is in that movie. Fantastic film, but rights over the music. Back. My Wi-Fi decided to be stubborn. Well, the movie's finished now, Todd, but we're just chatting about soundtracks on movies. I was talking about when I bought The Thing, which was one of the first DVDs I ever bought from Woolworths. I put it on, being nerdy. I put the VHS on and the DVD at the same time. And the big change was that one was the Four Tops when Knowles turns the radio on, and the other one was Stevie Wonder's Superstition. So the rights had obviously changed for the music between the two releases. I just thought that was a really nerdy, interesting thing. I had a minuscule VHS collection of 3, Gary. What 3 movies did you have? WB. I ditched VHS when I found out that DVDs had the widescreen version of the movie. That was great solitude, wasn't it? Seeing the films that were panned and scanned for the first time. I did a commentary of Halloween recently on the channel, just the movie because it's Halloween time. I thought I'll do like a commentary of the film because it's one of my favorite slashes, one of my favorite Carpenter films. I love Halloween. And second to Mouth of Madness. I brought up just before I started the commentary, I brought up the DiviMax DVD release. And I remember watching that compared to the old VHS I'd had, which was Halloween 1 and 2 together on the same VHS. It was like a revolution. They'd recolor graded it. They'd made it that kind of dull colors that Carpenter wanted for the film that was the original cinema release. That was one of the first DVDs that really blew my socks off. Was seeing Halloween the way it was meant to be seen, kind of widescreen, that cool color grade. That's what made me fall in love with DVDs, and I realized that I'm going to sell my VHS collection and start and buy stuff. I remember buying Jeremiah Johnson, which has come up a lot lately because Robert Redford died. Huge fan of that. The DVD was fantastic and the widescreen compared to the kind of letterbox, but they'd blown it up on the video and you missed all the landscape. But I've just got a huge nostalgia for it. I still watch Day of the Dead every now and again on video. I've got a big nostalgia for VHS. There's a feeling to it, like it's just nostalgia. I mean, after a 19-year-old today would not be interested in watching Day of the Dead on VHS, but there's a nostalgic thing for me with it. I really like it. It's comforting. I find it comforting. Same with Evil Dead. Every now and again, I'll watch Evil Dead on VHS. First movie I bought on DVD was Jaws, man. Right. Was that the double disc release they did for was it the 30th anniversary? 75, 85, 95, 2004? No, they must have released Jaws on. That must be the different version I'm thinking of. I think the first Jaws I bought was the 30th anniversary, which will have been 2005. I did buy Jaws the Revenge before I bought Jaws on DVD because I'm a sucker for Jaws: The Revenge. And I remember that there was a box set that brought out that didn't have the first Jaws, but it was Jaws 2, 3, and Jaws: The Revenge. Because obviously they didn't have the rights to release the first Jaws. It was like I was working up Scotland, labouring at the time, and I bought it in Fort William around that time, 2003, 2004, whenever it was. And it was a 3 set, Jaws 2, 3, and 4. So I actually bought those before I bought the Universal release of Jaws. But yeah, Jaws was great, wasn't it? Seeing that on DVD for the first time. It was like seeing it I did see it on the big screen in about 98. Tyneside Cinema in Newcastle showed it, and I went to see it. But man, it was great. I mean, Apocalypse Now was a big one too. I'd owned Apocalypse Now in about 3 different video formats, and they were all different. Some were pan and scan, some were widescreen, some were different. But buying that, they did Redux and released it, and that was the first DVD version of Apocalypse Now I owned. Whew, breathtaking, gorgeous. RoboCop, Trainspotting, and Universal Soldier. Well, that's all you need, Kerry, to be fair. 3 videos, if you're going to have them. RoboCop, Trainspotting, Universal Soldier. I don't know if you heard this, but earlier on I was talking about my poster collection. One of the first original posters I had was Universal Soldier. I'm a massive Roland Emmerich fan. I'm a sucker for disaster movies. I love Independence Day in 2012 and Moon 44 and all those movies. I love Roland Emmerich. Universal Soldier was great, man. The whole thing in Vietnam and the slow motion. No! Jean-Claude Van Damme in the rain. It's great. That's still a film I watch quite often, actually, Universal Soldier. Well, at least once a year or something, but it's a really cool movie. And as I said, my dad, technophobic, so didn't have VHS until 96. I was lucky. My mother worked for Philips Electronics. So we got like, I don't know if she got discounts on the home media players or what, but we had a Betamax really early. So we had like ET on Betamax very early on. And then when video came in, we had a video player really early. So we were pretty lucky. But my dad was into it. He was into like the technical stuff. The first Betamax player we had, believe it or not, when I was a kid, this is so young, I stuck a sandwich into it because I thought, can you remember the toasty machines that used to close and toast your sandwiches? That were the big white things. This is well before George Formby grills, but they were huge. Well, obviously, me being a kid, I'd see my mum and dad doing it. And because the Betamax was top loading, I thought the Betamax was a friggin' toasty, and I stuck a sandwich into it. My dad almost killed us. I was a kid. But I was lucky. Like I said, I don't know if she was getting discounts or what because she worked at Philips, but we had video players early on. When I got my PS2, didn't tell him. I love the old Anchor Bay DVD. Yeah, I love the Anchor Bays too. I collected them. Anchor Bay, I think they might have been one of the first labels that I really collected Anchor Bay because they did Halloween. I remember that cool box set of Halloween they did. They did the Romero films. They were doing Romero before anybody else. And before then, they'd kind of been Vipco, and Vipco released a Blu-ray label, but they were really cheap. Pardon me. And the Vipco, I do remember buying the Vipco DVDs, but they were always really cut. Similar to Vipco's VHS releases. They were usually cut, and I think they were doing the same transfers, but they were just literally ripped from the VHS onto DVD. I remember buying the Vipco ones, buying Anchor Bay, definitely collecting Anchor Bay. And then Arrow, later on, Arrow did, I remember buying Martin, George Romero's Martin, when Arrow did the release. And it was a great set. It was like a 2-disc set. And then we didn't see anything else for years before then. I had like a cheapy video copy of Martin before that DVD release. And then Arrow released it again as a slipcover DVD, which was white, when they started doing their kind of branding, when the company got a little bit bigger. And then I think after that, I bought the foreign release, Japanese release of Martin on Blu-ray, and then the second sight. But yeah, the labels, I remember collecting Anchor Bay. I remember collecting, can you remember Tartan? I remember collecting the Japanese films on Tartan. They also did like Michael Haneke, Funny Games and stuff, and they were a good DVD label, I remember. Blue Underground, I remember collecting, because that was William Lustig. who's a director I really admired from Vigilante and especially Maniac Cop. I'm a big Maniac Cop fan. And Maniac with Tom Savini doing the special effects and blowing his own head off, I guess. Joe Spinell was a big fan of his, and the guy who owns Blue Underground is William Lustig, and he releases them. And I do remember buying those later on, but that might have been later, maybe it's mid 2000s, I guess. But I'm definitely I was more of a collector then because these days everything's so damn expensive. It really is. It seems like back in the day you could always buy something, but now everything seems so crazy expensive. The Anchor Bays always came out without subtitles. They were pretty cheap. Solitude, they were when they first came out. They were. Anchor Bay weren't the company that they became later on. They were really bare bones releases. There would sometimes be trailers or stills galleries. And then later, when they got more money, they started to do a few of the documentaries. And I'm not even sure if Anchor Bay is still going anymore. I haven't bought anything from them from a long time. At least not on Blu-ray anyway, or 4K. Todd, I love beta. In the early 90s, I had a friend whose video store had gone under and he had a ton of beta tapes in storage. I bought a ton of horror flicks for $1 a piece. Awesome. Awesome. Sounds like Joe, the old guy I used to buy them from, the ex-rentals. He used to sell us them so cheap because he knew I loved the movies. It was great. I'd love to have had a rake around on your video store, man. That would have been great. Alphaville Video. Excellent. Or I brought them out. So I got the catalog. So you started collecting the Arrow catalog, Kerry. All right. Anchor Bay's Dawn of the Dead Ultimate Edition is still gold standard. It was, yep, Todd. That's the one with the black front cover with the kind of red, almost silky pictures, right? On the front, if I remember. Correct as if I'm wrong on that. There was I can't remember who released it, but there was a trilogy of the Dead I bought. And this is again back in the day of DVDs first really hitting the market. And this was in a Sainsbury's. Because I'm from a kind of small town, those big stores you could buy DVDs from, and Sainsbury's was a big one. You had to travel to get there. It was in a place called the Galleries, like a shopping center. Someone is trying to bring Anchor Bay imprint back. All right, cool. But I remember buying Trilogy of the Dead, which was Night of the Living Dead, but it was the 30th anniversary edition, the one that John Russo shot that awful new footage for, and added the new score, which was terrible. And then you had Document of the Dead, which was the first time I'd seen that documentary on its own disc. Day of the Dead and Dawn of the Dead. Dawn of the Dead was the theatrical cut that was released. But it was I think that might have been the first time I bought something in a Sainsbury's or like a superstore, was that Trilogy they did. And I'm not sure if that was Anchor Bay. I'd love to run downstairs and check and grab it because it's one of my oldest DVDs. I bought that right when DVDs first came out. Give us a second. I'll grab it. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude, but I'll just be 2 seconds. I'm really interested to see if it's Anchor Bay or not. So it was Anchor Bay. I'm really surprised about that. Sorry to radio silence there for a sec, but I was really interested to know. But I bought that really early on. You can see horrible scar there where I scratched the price tag off. Unfortunately, it took the flipping. I was really upset about that. Took the print off with it. But this was a Anchor Bay release. So that's 2002. I bought that in Sainsbury's at Sainsbury's supermarket. I'll never forget buying that. But yeah, the Night of the Living Dead was awful. It was the John Russo 30th anniversary edition. But it was so cool to see the kind of films you loved coming out on disc, you know? And I'm sorry if everybody's actually seen this, but it was so cool. It wasn't, to own the films and these new transfers. I mean, the Day of the Dead was really good transfer in this as well. The soundtrack had been remastered. But yeah, it was the first time I'd seen that documentary. Document of the Dead. You can't really see it, can you? But it was a really good documentary. It was just John Russo, Russell Strand, and Romero sitting around talking about the movie. So this must have been when Anchor Bay had a little bit more cash after, because obviously we were saying before the original stuff they released was really bare bones, kind of no subtitles. But yeah, that was so I guess that was the first Anchor Bay release I ever bought. Trilogy of the Dead in 2002. Blast from the past. So Noah had a tartan before that, but upgraded through the title arrows Blu-rays. Yeah, well, tartan were great. The first time I saw like A Tale of Two Sisters and stuff was tartan. They did so many great films. I think tartan might have been the first time I saw Hard Boiled, the John Woo film, and this was DVD, not video. Because they've been on VHS. I remember seeing stuff like Streets on Fire and obviously Police Story. The Jackie Chan ones were everywhere. You could buy Japanese and Chinese films like Jackie Chan's, but Korean stuff was really hard to come by on VHS. I really can't remember seeing much of the Korean stuff until Tartan, and then obviously the later Blu-ray boutiques and things. Has a theatrical, Cannes, and European cuts along with Document of the Dead. Yeah, cool. There was so many great releases back then. It was so cool, wasn't it, Todd? To just collect them, and I was a proper collector back then. It was what I really lived for, just to see these cuts in the best way I could see them, because I've been so used to seeing, dawn and night and stuff on these terrible kind of VHSs. It was part of the charm, though. Like I say, I've still got most of them. A tip I learned by accident to remove stickers from cases is to spray a little F. What's a little F? That almost sounds dirty, Kerry. Spray a little F. Well, yeah, I bought it at Sainsbury's, Solitude. You must have been a wealthy man. Yeah, I know. It was the only place. It had just opened back then. It was a big shopping centre. I was saying earlier, I'm from a place called Washington up north, and there's a big shopping centre that got built there when I was a kid called the Galleries. And it was like people had come from miles around to go to the Galleries, but they had a huge Sainsbury's. And that was the coolest thing about Sainsbury's, was that at the back, they had a CD and DVD department. So, but this is after VHS, so this is like 2002. So they didn't sell videos, but they had DVDs, which were awesome. That stuff like mostly new releases, but it just blew my little mind to see that and I had to have it. It was expensive. That was about 25 quid, I think, when I bought it in Sainsbury's. But yeah, the bonus material was like photo galleries behind the scenes. Bill Hintzman did an interview on these about Flesh Eater. Zombie Nosh, which is one of my all-time faves. I'm a zombie freak. Dawn of the Dead director's cut. Also, it was the director's cut on here, not the theatrical cut. And I had a commentary by Tom Savini, which was great. It was the first commentary I ever heard by Savini on Dawn of the Dead. Day of the Dead was a widescreen. Yeah. Oh, man, sorry. It's bringing back memories. It really is. I did love that poster as well. It doesn't really hang around as often now, but that poster of that crazy zombie over New York with the eyes, it reminds you more of Zombie Flesh Eaters than it does Dawn of the Dead. But it was apparently original poster artwork, because years later, when I was collecting posters, when I started, I bought a Dawn of the Dead film, a Dawn of the Dead poster, but it was the zombie poster. It wasn't Dawn of the Dead. It was the Italian zombie poster for Dawn of the Dead, which was titled Zombie in Italy. And it was that image. It was the one of the guy's face in the New York in the background. Pretty cool poster. I'll never forget it. I was me and my old man had a proper argument over it, because I don't know where I was, but I was out somewhere and I bought a frame for it. And I said, "Oh, just leave it. I'll frame it later when I get back," because it was at my dad's house. And there's a white border around the poster, and it wouldn't quite fit in the frame. And my dad cut the white border off the poster and put it in the frame. And this is how obsessed I was. I still am about collecting posters. I love the white borders around posters. You can see the video ones behind us there. I love to keep the white borders. Me and my dad had a massive argument about it. So you cut the white border off the poster. How could you do that? Oh, man, bless him. He actually flipped and said, "I'll buy a new one." I was like, "No, it's all right. That was like a lot of money. I'll just leave it." Document of the Dead on VHS at one point. I never saw the VHS, Lampy. That was the first time I saw it in that Uncle B trilogy of the Dead. It's a great doc because I mean, for any independent filmmaker, they sit and just shoot the breeze, don't they? And they're so cool, like the three of them together. Striner and Russo and Romero, and then also Carl Hardman's there, and Marlon Eastman pops in as well, right? And that's so great. It was like at the time, it was, pardon me, for me at least, it was a big deal to see them all talking about it. Because up until then, in fact, I remember telling you, Lampy, that it's up there, the book, The Zombies That Ate Pittsburgh. It took me a long time to get that book. And for a while, that was the kind of Romero guide. And I remember you saying your brother had a copy of it. And man, I didn't read that until 4 or 5 years ago. And I paid a pretty penny. I think I paid about 55, 65 quid for the book because I really wanted to read it. But that was that was kind of the Bible for a while, from what I understand. I'm trying not to drop any books off the shelf, but I'll grab it and show you guys. So many hard drives and stuff above the computer on my bookshelf. I've got like three bookshelves, but that one was like that was the George Romero Bible for a while. It was, and it took me years to get it. I was so thrilled to get a first pressing of it. But it goes right up till date, covers his whole career. And in Document of the Dead, they see a lot of the stuff, what they see in this, and they see more. It was a great documentary. I loved it. I just love anything to do with it, especially the original trilogy. I think I've said before, and I know a lot of people disagree with this, but I really do love Diary of the Dead. I'm a huge Diary fan. I think it's a really good movie. Excuse me for a sec. But not many people agree. I actually love Romero's later work as much as I've kind of not dissed it, but as much as I've talked about it tonight, it's like not being as good as his early work. I really do love Diary of the Dead. Catch up with I thought the theatrical account, European cut, along with, all right, sorry. A tip I learned back then, sorry, I'm just catching up on the chat. Furniture polish and elbow grease. All right. So that's how you get the stickers off them. Furniture polish and elbow grease, right? Right. Hard boiled is great, Kerry. It was John Woo, I think, right? I was a big John Woo fan. And that was Tartan. I saw a lot of his stuff first, like Hitman. I loved Hitman. It was so dark, that bit where they're like blinded at the end and they're trying to find each other in that kind of mist. It was harrowing film, but great. Solitude talking about zombies. Thoughts on 28 years later? It's a trilogy. All right, next one in 2026. I can't really speak on it. I haven't seen it yet. 28 years later, Solitude. It's I have kind of seen it, but I need to see it again. I do. I was so disappointed when I saw it. I did go to see it on the pitches, but I was so disappointed that I need to take a step back and watch it again. I thought it was awful. I did. I didn't like the kind of phone footage they tried to mix in as like a throwback to shoot on digital. And I thought that guy who played the main guy from Nowhere Boy, I can't remember his name. He's married to that great artist, the Sam Taylor Johnson. It's Sam Taylor Wood. She's a great artist, and she directed Nowhere Man, and he was in that. I wish I could remember his name, but I thought he was totally miscast. He looked like, Mr. Catalog Man in the Apocalypse. That was so miscast. Let's see what they do with the Bone Temple, I think, but I want to watch it again, Solitude. I can't really comment on it because I don't think I was so whatever when I saw it. I think I need to watch it again before I can give you a proper response to that question. Sorry about that, but sometimes that happens. I was so disappointed in that film when I saw it. There's a couple of films I've been like that with, where I've just thought, oh, whatever, what the fuck? Why'd you even bother to make that? Why'd you bother to do that sequel? But then I've gone back later and I've really liked them. But I need to step back and give that film another watch. I really do. Yep, John Woo. It was John Woo, right? I ashamedly didn't even know about the Zombies of Pittsburgh until I stumbled on it at a comic book store about 10 years ago. Todd, it took me years to get it. It was out of print. I couldn't get it, and I got it a couple of years ago. and it's such a great book. It really is. It's a great book. It's almost like a Romero Bible. There's a couple. I've got a couple of Romero books up there. There's a great one that The Making of Day of the Dead by Lee Carr, which is really good, and it's not really well written, but you can get it on Amazon actually. I bought it for like 16 quid, which is like a blow by blow of like what they did on this day, what was scheduled, what got shot. And if you're interested in Romero as we are, I think we all are, right? It's an interesting read, that the Day of the Dead one by Lee Clark. But it was weird. I mean, like when we were growing up, I remember there was a big deal about Movie Drome on BBC Two. This is before Mark Cousins, when Alex Cox was doing it. He got Romero on for an interview. I don't know if anybody remembers, but it was a big deal. And it was like, I think that was on about 10 o'clock at night, if I remember rightly. I used to stay up to watch it, Movie Drome. And Cox got Romero in for an interview, and it was before he showed Dawn of the Dead on BBC Two, and it was so great. And it was like one of the first times I remember seeing Romero like actually being recognized. It was so strange because me and one of my best friends, Ashley Troop, we grew up loving Romero. I mean, we were two stoners, but we grew up loving Romero. Me and him would have a few beers, a few smokes, and would watch night, would watch day, would watch dawn, would watch the VHSs we had of the Crazies and Martin. We loved his movies. We loved the horror movies. And we always thought that he was, this is when we were young, we always thought that he was a big filmmaker. And it was such like a strange thing when kind of history caught up with us and technology caught up with us, when we could see interviews with Romero, and he was getting recognized a bit later on, and he was doing interviews and he was getting fans, and they were doing the walks at the Monroeville Mall, the Monroeville Mall, and it was like a big deal. We thought he was like Spielberg. And then there was that interview with him on Movie Drome, and he was like, he's remortgaging his house to make his earlier films. And it was like mind blowing to me, my friend Ashley Troop. I'll never forget it. We were sitting going, whoa, you mean Romero isn't like Spielberg? This guy's mortgaging his house to make films. He's got his own business, and he's in debt. It was crazy because we looked up to him like a superstar, and he is a superstar. But we always thought he was like, but he wasn't. I mean, this guy was remortgaging his businesses and stuff to make movies, and it was mind blowing. But that was because of that interview Alex Cox did with him on BBC Two, and it must have been early 90s, must have been before showing at Dawn of the Dead. But yeah, me and Troop loved him, especially Day of the Dead. We'll watch Day of the Dead again and again and again and again. Jack O'Connell. I love it. It's a first edition. I probably paid too much for it. We always do, man, Todd. We always do. I've got so many. That's a first edition. I paid 65 quid for that. 65 quid for the zombies in Pittsburgh. I just had to have it. I really wanted to have it. All right. Aaron Taylor Johnson, Kerry. Yes. So he married Sam Taylor Wood, or Sam Taylor Johnson, I guess. Yeah. And so he was a bit miscast. I like him in other stuff, but he was a bit miscast in that. Movie Drome on Sunday evenings. Was it Sunday evening solitude? Right, Sunday. I saw so many films for the first time. Alex Cox introduced us to Kiss Me Deadly, which is one of my favorite movies now. John Sturges movies. He introduced us to The Big Knife through that show. So many great ones. The first time I saw Walkabout was on Movie Drome, the Nicholas Roeg film that made me fall in love with Nicholas Roeg, and I collected Nicholas Roeg's films after that. At the time, man, it was like a source of... First time I saw Outland, there was one night they did a triple bill of sci-fi. Alex Cox, and it was Logan's Run, Saturn 3, and Outland. And Outland was 83 by Peter Harms, I think. And I'd never seen it. And man, I fell in love with it like immediately. It was like High Noon in space. He really picked the really good films, and it was, I mean, I love Saturn 3 and Logan's Run anyway because I was a sci-fi guy, but man, Saturn 3, Outland, I've really got to thank Alex Cox for that. It's one of my all-time favorite movies now. It did, Kerry. Moviedrome rocked. It really did. I learned so much from it. I mean, later on, you got Cousins, and then you got Kermode. And I've always loved Kermode. It was like I remember him from Mark and Lard, doing the Star Wars reviews and stuff. He's always been one of my favorites, and I always thought he was super cool, Kermode, as well. He was the first critic that I kind of thought, wow, that guy's. He had the quiff and the kind of air flying jacket he used to wear with a big furry collar and stuff, and that kind of 50s style. Years later, I read his. He married a university professor who wrote a fantastic book about erotic thrillers. I wish I could remember her name. It's I'm doing her a disservice because she's not just Kermode's partner. She's actually a fucking amazing writer. She wrote this great book on erotic thrillers, which is must reading for any fans of erotic thrillers. It's a great book. But yeah, it was a great time. That so much, and Cousins too. I mean, Cousins was pretty cool. He did. I remember him loving Schrader. I remember he interviewed Paul Schrader on Moviedrome. That was really interesting because I was really getting into Paul Schrader at the time, and he interviewed Schrader about cat people, I think it was, and they had like a. They got longer and longer. When it was Alex Cox, the interviews were always really short, and the Cousins ones got a little bit longer. And then I remember, in fact, the first time, speaking of Bad Lieutenant, we were talking about earlier on, the first time I saw the Schoolie D cut with the soundtrack by Schoolie D was on Moviedrome. The video that I'd seen was the remixed soundtrack because it said you can't have this kind of music on the film. It's gratifying the violence. Because it was like this kind of during the SA scenes, which was Schoolie D, who's amazing, this rapper from Philadelphia, kind of the beginning of gangster rap. And the first time I saw it with that soundtrack was Mark Kermode introducing it on Moviedrome, and it blew my mind. It was a different film. Great film. Great film. That's a hardcover first print signed by the author Romero. Copies of Zombies at East Pittsburgh selling for 620 quid. If I had the money, I'd buy it, Lambie. That's one of the things I really regret, man. I'd love to shook Romero's hand. I saw him at I think it was Comic-Con here in London. It must have been about 2006. It was around the Diary of the Dead time. Maybe it's 2008. But when he was doing the press and stuff, and I was there and I saw him, it was, but I never like got close to him. But I saw him and I watched him talk, and it was amazing. But man, I'd love to have shook that guy's hand. I really would have. He means the world to us, man. Really does. He's inspiring filmmaker. Totally inspiring. I mean, you could take for all the movies we've talked about tonight, Apocalypse Now and all that, they're all great. Martin Scorsese's great, Bob Fosse's great. But even if those other movies didn't exist, I'd still be wanting to make films because I saw Night of the Living Dead, because I saw the Crazies, It's he's just one of those guys that did exactly what he wanted to do when he wanted to do it. And I kind of love him for it. I love that Alex Cox series. I love a lot of his films as well. Me too. If you want to check out, this is total self-promotion, Todd, but I also do videos for a channel called Squabblebox HQ in collaboration. And we just did a video on Rainbow Man. It's kind of a recap of the film, not like too in-depth, but we'll talk about how much we love it. I even wore a pair of glasses with one eye out. That's how much I love it. But yeah, I love Walker. I love The Winner. I even like Repo Chick. I really like Cox's films. I think he's kind of a one of a kind. We talked about Herzog before being one of a kind. Cox is one of a kind. There's nobody else makes films quite like Alex Cox. And especially being an Englishman in LA at that time when he made Repo Man. It's a really interesting take because it's like you got a German cinematographer in Robbie Mueller, got a British director in LA, been influenced by the punk kind of. It's not revolution, but the punk fashion, I guess, being influenced by punk fashion. Then you've got a young guy like Emilio Estevez who just suits it perfectly. Then you've got this great cast, Harry Dean Stanton. I mean, the cast. I wish I could remember all the names. The guy who plays the other Repo Man when they get caught in the gunfight, he's in Straight to Hell as well. By Repo Man, he's such a great actor. It's really great. He's got the big Jerry curl. Man, I wish I could remember his name. But he's such a great actor. But Cox is unique, I think. I think Cox has got a very unique style. Especially Walker. when that thing turns up at the end with a helicopter and it almost like turns into a, I don't know, like a Pepsi commercial. It's so unusual. Yeah, Rito Man is so good, Kerry. It really is. Certain three is cheesy but good. Outland was 81. Was it 81? My God. It doesn't seem like an 81 film. It really doesn't. Peter Harms is such a great director. That film doesn't seem like 81. You watch that today, that could come out. That could have been a 90s movie. It's so good. I mean, I gush over Outland because I think it's a bit of a sci-fi masterpiece. I mean, it is high noon in space. And I grew up loving westerns. And I love Gary Cooper in High Noon. You know, the bad guys are coming. They're coming. He asks for help. He's not going to get it. The bad guys coming. They're coming. They're coming. They come. You know, at the end of the movie, they get there. That's Outland. The bad guys are coming. Sean Connery's trying to get ready for them. He's trying to prepare. It's great, great. Francis Sternhagen kicks ass in it. Got Peter Boyle playing that crazy company guy. It's actually a link to Wayland Industries as well and Amalgam. It's there's actually a link to the Alien universe in there because it's the same names. It's great, great film. Got that great Jerry Goldsmith score as well. Outland's just one of those movies that was, like I say, being a sci-fi fan, sci-fi teenager, reading all those great books and that, it was cool to see a western in space. And I remember seeing that on that bill on Movie Dome and thinking, this is a great movie. And I ran out and bought the VHS. And then eventually I don't think there's been a 4K of it yet, but there was a great HMV release. HMV did like a box set, the hard box of it, Outland, which I have, which was great. Great release. Looks fantastic. Soundtrack kicks ass as well. Sorry, don't mean to be a correcting bitch. Sorry, Gary. Be a bitch to me anytime you like. I like it. Todd, Walmart bought the Monroeville Mall. It's tearing it down. Yeah, I know. I was gutted to hear that. I was absolutely gutted. I've never been there, Todd. I'd love to see it. I'd love to see the Romero statue. I'd love to do a dead walk, but I guess I'm not going to make it. I did see the Sean Clark. I'm a big Sean Clark fan. He's done a couple of videos there when he went and filmed it back in the day in the 90s, and then he's gone back again since and done the kind of location videos. But yeah, it's a shame. I mean, to me, and I guess to us, that's kind of that's a landmark, you know. But as Homer Simpson says, you know, on The Simpsons, sunrise, sunset, time moves on. I wish it didn't. I'd love to see that mall. You got any photographs and you want to share them, man? That would be great. I'd love to see that place. Solitude, Alex Cox was hired to direct Fear. And oh, yeah, I did. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. I did see that. I saw part of an interview, Solitude, about that. And didn't he want to do animation? And Thompson, Hunter S., said, what the hell are you talking about, man? I'm not going to be some kind of animated guy riding a wave on a surfboard, and kicked him out of the office. Chased him out with a gun or something. I remember Cox talking about that. I really like to watch Cox talk. I'd love to have been in one of his classes. He taught film for a while. He wrote like 2 great books. In fact, I've got them up here on the film bookshelf that you can't see. I don't know. I can show you a little bit of them. There's these are all movie books up there. But I have got a few books up there. And Cox did a great book for students, like top 10 how-to things for students. And he also did a great book about the kind of guerrilla filmmaking and how to do it. Really interesting filmmaker, man. Really interesting filmmaker. And Repo Man is a masterpiece, I think, as we've all said. Yes, indeed. Okay, is gang gonna thump the straw? Thanks. Thanks, John Lammy and everyone. All right, take care, man. It's been a pleasure, Kerry. Thanks very much for joining us. I really appreciate it. I really do. I'm fresh out of beers, though. Does anybody want to stick around? I'll grab another beer if we are. But I'm totally out of beers. But I'll nip down and grab another one. Yes, indeed, yes. Give me an email address. I will do, Todd. How can I give you an email? There's an email address on the channel, Todd. If you go to it's john.rennie. I don't type it in the chat so you can see it. In fact, I probably shouldn't type in the chat, should I? What the hell? I'd love to see those photographs. But yeah, it's me, Todd. I'd love to see them, man. I'm really interested in seeing that place. Like I say, I wish I could have been there. I really do. I really do. I mean, it's so iconic. It was a huge part of my life. All Romero's films have been. School night, gotta hit the sack, man. Good night, Lampy. Take care, dude. Thanks very much for joining us, too. It means the world that you were here, Lampy. It really does. It's thanks very much, man. I really appreciate it. Well, if anybody does want to stick around, I'm gonna grab a beer. I'll be back in a sec. If I come back and there's no one here, that's cool too. But I'll just be 2 seconds. Well, fantastic. Well, it was nice, man. That was cool. It's only 2:30 in the afternoon, Todd. Go on as long as you like. What time's it here? Well, it's 10:30 here, but at night. But that's not bad. So, are you in the States then, Todd, right? But I learned so much about the crazy solitude. We hardly talked about it, did we? It's really great though. I do. If you hadn't seen it, I'm sure you've seen it before, but it is well worth checking out. But that was the thing. I'm so pleased that you came to join us, man, tonight. I was fucking. All I wanted to do was have a few beers and talk about movies. It means the world to us that you come here and join us to do it. It really does. I'm so glad I've met you all. It's fantastic. That was the main reason I started the Boneyard. There was everybody, all my friends. Well, not all my friends. I haven't got that many, but it was like in the bar, for example. I'll go after work and I'd have a pint and I'd have bets on how long it took before I started talking about movies. They'd be like, John, shut up, man. I was like, I'm gonna find a place. Arizona. Oh, cool, Todd. Right. That was Arizona. Oh no, that was Taos, Mexico. I was thinking of Taos. It was I was thinking of Dennis Hopper, where he had that great editing ranch. Yeah, Todd, I still use Hotmail. I didn't know it existed. It was because I started that address years and years ago. It's Outlook, I think now. But the two addresses I've got, I use John Dot Ready for Boneyard Cinema for the YouTube channel. And but I started ages ago. Oh, thanks, all of you, man. It was I just all I want to do is talk about movies. I just love it so much. It really relaxes us, man. Like tonight's been really relaxing, getting to watch the Crazies and talk to you wonderful people. You know, it's just nice to meet like-minded people who want to talk about movies. It's just something I get total enjoyment out of, you know. We've talked about everything, I think, tonight. From Scorsese being bad when he has money to Romero being great when he's got nothing. So many great movies. It was awesome that Lampy popped up. If you don't know, Lampy Man 101 His channel, Cynical Celluloid's fantastic. He was the guy that made us want to start my channel. It was we were working together, and at the time, Glenn was doing the kind of video nasties, section 3 list, and kind of reviewing them all. And he got really into Jess Franco movies. And man, I didn't even know who Jess Franco was before I met Glenn. Lampy, man, it's great. Taos is lovely. Lived in New Mexico until 10 years ago. A pretty cool film festival. Yeah, it was. Well, I thought it was the Taos thing was. There's a great doc. Dennis Hopper's like a kind of idol of mine. I'm just gonna turn that down so I can see it a bit better. But he had an editing ranch in Taos, and he lived there for I think it was like most of the 70s. And he did the last movie and edited the whole thing there. But apparently it was like a big drug party and they were drinking a lot and stuff and doing things. But in the documentary, The American Dreamer, I mean, I hadn't even seen it and I fell in love with the place. It just looked beautiful where it was, the mountains and everything. And it just looked incredible. And there was a really beautiful community there of all these kind of artist type people. And I guess that's why Dennis Hopper thought he would fit in there, all these kind of people who were just there to do what they wanted to do and kind of have as much freedom as they possibly could. But it looked like a beautiful place, Todd. It really did. But Arizona, I mean, is there much of a, I mean, Arizona's like film, I guess film. I'm trying to think of Arizona films that I know. I think the only one I know is Arizona Dream with Johnny Depp and Faye Dunaway. Is there much of a film scene in Arizona? There must be, right? Because it's a beautiful landscape. I've seen Arizona in plenty of westerns. Or am I just being a naive Englishman there? You can tell us, please do if I am. In the mountains, man. In the mountains. Gorgeous. There's when I was younger, like 18, 19, there's there's the UK and we've got Scotland, which is all mountains. And before then I got a job building cars. New Mexico was much bigger for film. Yeah. I know there's a lot of film shot in Mexico, right? I mean, I'm a big Peckinpah fan, and I know he shot a lot of his movies in Mexico, like Bring Me the Head of Alfredo Garcia and Packard and Billy the Kid and The Getaway and stuff. And I know he really liked that. And John Huston, I know he moved to Mexico, right? When he was, because he loved the place, like the drinking kind of chilled out thing that had going there. I think he did he buy an island, John Huston, in Mexico? But when I was a kid, like 19, I was building cars at a Nissan plant. That was like all you could do when I left school was either like join the military or, just build cars. That was all you could do in the town where I came from. So I chose to build cars. A lot of my friends went to the army and came back and had a great experience, I must say. A lot of my friends did that and had a great time. But it was I went and built cars at Nissan, and then the money started to run out, and they found out that they could build cars cheaper in Japan. So the last year I worked at Nissan, I was boxing car parts, not building them, boxing them, sending them to Japan to get built cheaper. So I thought, right, screw this, man. I don't like this job anymore. And I was single at the time, and a mate of mine said, look, I've got this job in Scotland, which is the top of England, really mountainous, at a place called the Hebrides. And he was like, it's in the middle of nowhere, but we need laborers, man. We're rebuilding these piers. It's like islands. We're knocking down the piers and we're building new concrete piers. We just need people to make cement and stuff. Would you be up for it? I was like, yes, I need a job. Yes. And man, it was so cool to live like, especially being from like a little town in the countryside, to move into a place where it was like really mountainous in the Scotland hills. I mean, it's probably not the same as Mexico, but mountains, it felt like freedom. It really did. It was great, especially for a 19-year-old kid. In the late 80s and 90s, I worked on films in New Mexico. Last thing, so John Carpenter shot vampires in Mexico, right? New Mexico, not Mexico. I'm a big fan of vampires. I mean, we talked about Carpenter earlier on. Personally, I like his late 90s films. There's like, I did a video a while back on memoirs of an invisible man. And there's kind of like, if you look back at his filmography in the 90s, he did this thing that was kind of like Universal Monsters, like throwbacks to old movies. He did Memoirs of an Invisible Man. Then he did a remake of Village of the Damned. And then he did Vampires, which was his take on vampires. And it was like almost like John Carpenter was doing the old monster movies himself. He did The Invisible Man, Village of the Damned, and then Vampires. And I really read Vampires. It's for all the crap that it gets. I think the Baldwin brother did a great job. I think it was Daniel Baldwin, right? Was it? No, sorry, it was William. William Baldwin. No, it was Daniel. Yep, Daniel Baldwin did a really good job in it. I thought Cheryl Lee was fantastic in it and beautiful in it. There's some scenes where she's naked on the bed that are really beautiful, scenes to look at. You had a great cast, James Woods nails it. Maximilian Schnell, the soundtrack's really good. But I guess because there's no, like, at the time, people were looking for more depth in film, perhaps. It kind of went under the radar a bit, and people kind of think the Carpenter's later career, it's not as good. I mean, Vampires isn't as good as The Thing or The Fog or, The Assault on Precinct 13. But I really like it as a whack it on, sit and watch it, kick-ass movie, Haven't been to the UK since around 1980. Have lovely memories. I occasionally dream of fields, Heather from the holidays of Scotland. It's beautiful. Scotland's beautiful, Todd. It really is. It's a beautiful place. I know James Woods is hilarious, isn't he? It's so cool. It's like Carpenter said he wanted him to play this kind of hero because he was always like the kind of lawyer guy or he wanted him to be the good guy for a change instead of the bad guy like in The Specialist. He wanted him to be the good guy. And he nailed it. I thought he was great in it, man. I really did. James Woods is. I'm totally. I'm pretty left in my views. Not so much anymore, but I used to be. But Woods is like far right, and so I don't agree with his politics. But man, that guy can act. Every movie I've ever seen James Woods in, he acts the hell out of it. He's really good. Like The Onion Field, or when he was young, or Videodrome, the Cronenberg one, or like The Specialist, even Stallone. He did this great one where he was a coke addict with Sean Young called The Boost. Every film I've seen him in, he's nailed it. He did a film called Cop, which I love, which is based on the James Ellroy books. Really cool actor. But I always thought he was a little bit underrated, James Woods. He was always like on the cusp of being a star, but he ended up always being like the character actor guy. I guess that's because he wasn't as pretty as, I don't know, Redford or the other guys. But I think he's a great actor. I really do. Politics aside, I think Woods is a great actor, especially in Cop. It's well worth checking out. A while ago on the channel, I did a video, my top 5, like, kind of, I don't know what you call it, cop movies or detective movies. And I put him number 1 in Cop. I think Cop's a great, great film. I think the based, what was the famous one that based on James Ellroy? They later remade it as something else, but he was kind of the first guy to play Sergeant Lloyd Hopkins. Great, great actor. Carpenter had a deal with him. He would do a take by the script and take improvised. No way. That's interesting. That's interesting because there is some lines that seem improvised in the movie, and I have watched it many, many times. Todd, there's that scene where it's like, "Did you get a little wood, Padre? Did that give you a little bit of wood?" That seems improvised. That's a great line. Solitude. Oh, I love Big Trouble in Little China. But hesitant to rewatch it as I think, nah, you won't be disappointed. Honestly, Solitude, it's you won't be disappointed. At least I hope you won't. But I love it. It made us think of that. I did a review of, as I've said earlier on tonight, of one battle after another today, and released it on the channel. And it's so much like Big Trouble in Little China because the main character is a total fool. He's like, he fumbles around, he falls over everything, he can't do anything. He's not the hero, the other guy's the hero. And that was like, that still stands at Big Trouble in Little China. I think it's one of Kurt Russell's best performances. And obviously, you got Chow from Prince of Darkness as well. Incredible. And the music's really great. Kim Cattrall, too. I would say give it a chance, Solitude. I really would. If you trust us at all after the Crazies, I would say give it another chance because it's a film I watch very frequently. It was I went to see Carpenter when he was doing the whole tour when he did Lost Themes, and man, hearing the music from from Big Trouble in Little China was like being a teenager again. It was fantastic. But hopefully you won't be disappointed. I would watch it again, and I will. There you go, Todd. Todd agrees too, Solitude. It's incredibly entertaining. The check is in the mail. You know what old Jack Burton says at a time like this? I don't know if you've noticed, Solitude, but I do posts on the channel as well. And I always, in fact, I've done a couple of videos where I've started off with, hope you're all warm and cozy on this dark and stormy night. That's because of Kurt Russell trying to be like John Wayne and Big Trouble in Little China. Oh, it's great. Oh, I think it's great. It was one of the only movies that my old man liked of John Carpenter's because I was saying before, well, loved Christine because my old man used to build cars and I'd help him build cars in the garage and stuff. And he loved Christine because of the car. He loved old kind of muscle cars, you know. And I helped him build bikes and cars and stuff. But he loved Christine, but he was always saying, what you like when I was watching Halloween, he's like, what you Escape from New York? He said, what's that crap? But he liked the truck and Big Trouble in Little China. But I think it's a great film. I really think Kim Cattrall is underrated. I mean, she kind of shot a success in Sex and the City, but man, she did like Mannequin and stuff in the 80s, and she was really good. She did Big Trouble in Little China, Mannequin. What was the other great film she did when she was the secretary? It escapes us now, but she was fantastic in it. I remember seeing. I haven't actually got the Blu-ray of Big Trouble. I've just got the old double disc DVD. But there's an interview with her on it, and she said she was so like nervous at that time because she hadn't really done much. And Carpenter just totally put her at ease. He was like, "Hey, man," he said, "I've picked you because you're perfect for the role. Just be you, and you'll be fine." And she was like, "That was like a great bit of advice for a young actress." And apparently, from what everybody said, John Carpenter is a really easy guy to work with. I think everybody, I mean, he's like a laid back old hippie, except when he's getting interviewed. I think he hates doing interviews. Some of the interviews I've watched of him, he's almost like Lou Reed, you know, or Bob Dylan when they turn against the press. John Carpenter hates doing interviews, I think. There's the only one I've seen where he's really relaxed was the USC, the university that he went to, University of Southern California. They asked him to go back and do interviews and stuff, and he's so cool with the students. But every other interview you see him, and he's really standoffish. I was born ready, and he doesn't do anything, does he? He kills the main bad guy. What do you call him? That great actor from The Vineyard. Man, he was in everything. James Hong. He was in like every Chuck Norris movie as the bad guy, and like, James Hong, such a great actor. I watched the. This is I'm a big Scott Derrickson fan. I really like those. He did Hellraiser Inferno, and I just watched his latest film, The Gorge, and I really enjoyed it. And I thought I'd go back and watch some of his other films. And I watched the remake of Day the Earth Stood Still that he did with Keanu Reeves and Jennifer Connelly. And James Hong just pops up with that randomly as an alien. I totally forgot about it. And I was like, that's the bad guy from Big Trouble in Little China. Great actor, man. He pops up in Wayne's World as the like Jay Carey's dad and stuff. So many great roles, that guy, James Hong. I'm trying to remember his name. What was the bad guy's name in Big Trouble in Little China? It's like Lo Pan. Lo Pan, yeah. He plays Lo Pan. Whenever I need to pick me up, it's one of those films for me too, Todd. I love Big Trouble in Little China. There's a couple of films like that. I love Dudley Moore, who was an English comedian, and he did a film called Arthur with him and Liza Minnelli and John Gielgud, and that's a pick me up film for me. But most of John Carpenter's films are. I love. I mean, most of them are downers, but I'm a huge fan of Prince of Darkness as well. That's a comfort film to me too. That was from the VHS days. I had the big box VHS. In fact, is it there? I might have it here because I kept it. No, it's not on the. No, it's not on the shelf, but it's somewhere. But I kept the big box VHS of Prince of Darkness, and I've definitely still got it somewhere. That's a total comfort film to us. A lot of his films are. The Fog's like a really relaxing film, I find. Maybe it's just because I've been watching it my whole life, you know. It's all in the reflexes. Come on, Jen. That's amazing. That with a bottle in it. Bang. It's all in the reflexes. And it's totally good because it pays off in the end when Lopan says, "Nice knife." And he throws it at him and he catches it and then whacks Lopan right in the forehead. It's all in the reflexes. It's one of the best payoffs in movie history, man. Solitude, we must be selling it to you. You must be want to watch it again now. He's a grumpy dude, but on set, he's like, "Yeah, kid, I believe so. I can believe it, Todd." When he talks about movies, you can hear it. I mean, I've watched so many interviews with Carpenter, over the years and read all the books. I mean, up there, I've got the Order of the Universe. I've got the films of John Carpenter. I've got the John Carpenter Tree of Howarth book. I've got the On Set with John Carpenter books. He was an obsession. He was. I mean, obviously, we've been talking about Romero tonight, and I was talking about Romero's style as being like he shoots exactly what needs to be shot to make the film work. When Carpenter did the same thing with Darkstar and Assault on Precinct 13, he made $200 look like $2,100, $20,000. He was incredible. I mean, I can't believe it. To this day, when I watch Assault on Precinct 13, how good it still looks for how much money he had to make it. He's a visionary. He was steeped. I mean, unlike Romero, Carpenter was steeped in cinema history. His teachers were Orson Welles, John Ford, Alfred Hitchcock. I mean, there's a great interview with the kind of black table, what's his name? Because I was paraphrasing there. The Charlie Rose. If you haven't seen it, watch it. There's a great interview with Carpenter and Charlie Rose. And he tells him about, "Hey, man, I had the best teachers in the world. I was learning from Howard Hawks. He'd come and lecture at my school. I understood what cinema should look like." And when you watch Darkstar and Assault on Precinct 13 for the two first films somebody ever made, they're incredibly cinematic films. As is Halloween, I think. He shoots that widescreen. He's a fan of the Westerns. Even more so in Christine. I love Christine so much because that thing I was talking about with me and my dad. I've got the poster frame downstairs. It was a gift for our anniversary I got, but the original poster. But you can see it in Christine, I think, more than anything else. He loves Westerns. He frames his films so beautifully like Westerns. Oddly, you sold it. Great Solitude. I'm so glad we have. And I really hope you come back and say you were totally wrong. But I'm sure you won't. It's a fantastic movie. It really is. And everybody involved is great. The special effects look still great. The soundtrack kicks ass. It's great. Oddly, Day of the Dead is one of my comfort films. Don't know what that says about me. Well, me too, man. I watch that more than most films. I was speaking to a friend of mine a couple of weeks ago, Wes, and we asked each other that question. And because we'll watch films a lot together, and even when we're apart, we'll text each other, "What you watching tonight? I'm watching this." And he said, I said, "What films do you think I watch the most? Or what films do you think I talk about the most?" And he said, "You talk about night, you talk about day." And I think the other one was Dead Man, the Jim Jarmusch Western he made. I love that film. And he just said, because I'm a massive Neil Young fan, like I play guitar, and Neil Young made me fall in love with the guitar. And he said, "You talk about those three films a lot." And I think I do watch Day of the Dead more than most. I do. I think I watch it more than any other Romero film, in fact. I've got my favorites. I do love Diary. I get a lot of shit for it, but I love Diary of the Dead. I watch that film a lot too. I definitely watch Night a lot. I've been trying to lose weight and I've been exercising. I bought a bike, exercise bike, and I've been putting it in the living room and like exercising and doing weights in between. And I've been watching Night of the Living Dead a lot because it's only like an hour, 20 minutes. So kind of it's the length of the workout that I've been doing. So I've been watching Night of the Living Dead quite a lot. But day, I mean, I watch it a lot. Well, I mean, let's grab it. I was gonna grab it earlier on, but I'll grab it now. I'll give it a sec. I probably shouldn't have, but all right. I may have showed this on another stream, but this is my original Day of the Dead VHS. I've had this since I was a sparkle in my dad's eye. It's the Millennium one, and I think this is cut, heavily cut. But this was the Day of the Dead that I watched again and again and again, and I've kept this because it means that much to us, Todd. It's such a it's like a piece of history. It feels like a piece of me. It is a total comfort movie. I mean, I love the inlay and everything. I just love. I mean, this was Day of the Dead to me. Was it? The DVDs and Blu-rays and stuff since, of course, are great, and I love them. And I watch the Blu-ray now. You know, I don't watch the VHS or the every now and again I'll set the VHS on, but this was the one. I mean, I love it. Even the inlay, you've got that cool entertainment and video. See it, the little flash there. It's so cool, man. I mean, I've had this all my life, almost, since I was a young pup. Be 100 minutes, so it must be cut. But yeah, the Media Release and Distribution Group. And I've kept that forever. I always wanted the poster. There's a poster. So this is the film, actually the video cover with all these are Tom Savini's masks. So they're the masks that Tom Savini got made for the extras in Day of the Dead to be in the background. And he said one day there was just a photographer on set and they happened to take a photograph of the wall of masks that I had. And that became the poster for the film. And he was so gutted because he was like, all the great work I've done in this movie, and they picked the wall of masks to use as a poster for the movie. His films all look great. Halloween on its budget looks far better. It does, yeah, Todd. Halloween is what I used to teach film. I've just recently finished. I'm still doing part-time teaching, but I used to be a full-time film teacher. And I used to show the students the end of Halloween to talk about sound because it's so perfect. Like when the kids run outside and Donald Pleasance like kind of sees him, he walks across the street and the music kicks in. And then the silence drops, and then she thinks she's killed Michael, and it picks back up, and then you get the gunshots. He did so much because he understood cinema so well. He did so much with like 4 tracks of sound. You've got the atmosphere, the dialogue, the music, and the Foley. He did so much. Halloween it's incredible for what it is, and for what he did. It's just incredible. I mean, you've got to give Deborah Hill credit too, because she helped him write the script and gave him the dialogue for the girls and stuff, because he couldn't write girls, you know. But Deborah Hill said, "Okay, well, I'll tell you what we used to talk about when we were kids," and it's just an incredible film. It really is. And I think it was it Blair Witch that knocked it off the most successful independent film of all time. But for a while there, he had a pedestal of the most successful independent film of all time. But he's always been similar to Romero. I mean, or Hooper or Craven, the horror guys that just did what they wanted to do. You know, Hills of Eyes is, for the money he had to make it, Craven, is unbelievable. These guys were true artists, and the fact that they made something out of nothing. You know, they had like 70 grand to make these films. Some of them, and especially in Romero's case with the Crazies, and they made these brilliant, brilliant movies out of pure talent and determination, but also friendship and cast and crew. And I just find it so inspiring. I always do. Never seen that cover. Cool. My first copy of Day was a VHS copy. I bought it at the video store that was closing for $1. Was that the VHS one with Bub on the front? Like the yellow one with the kind of all the zombies behind him? If you know what I mean? But yeah, I've had so many versions of Day of the Dead. It was, I mean, especially DVD and stuff. It was, like I say, it's probably one of my most watched films. It's just, you can really slot into it. It's just great. And I mean, the crew, man. I mean, it was, I did get to meet Joe Pilato, Captain Rhodes. I did get to shake his hand and get an autograph. That was amazing. I'd love to meet the rest of them, like Joel Conroy and Terrell Alexander. And I mean, it's an incredible film, isn't it? Donald Pleasance nails it, doesn't he? It's Crazy Solitude. They had him for like 6 days or something. I mean, he was hardly there. It was like the budget was $300,000. And Carpenter said he was trying to get Christopher Lee or Peter Cushing because he was a big fan of the Hammer horror movies. And they couldn't get them. And Christopher Lee later said it was like the biggest regret of his career that he turned it down. It was Deborah Hill. She said Deborah Hill met him at a party years later and was like, I fucking wish I hadn't refused that Halloween because it gave Donald Pleasance a whole new career. But he nails it. It was like he said the only reason he did it was because his daughter was a bit of a punk at the time, and she loved the soundtrack from Assault on Precinct 13. And she said, "Oh, that's John Carpenter, Dad. You've got to do that. He did this great score for this film." So he did it. But there's some crazy interviews, man. I mean, they became friends, Pleasance and Carpenter. They did 3 films together, right? I think it was 3: Escape, Halloween Escape, and Prince of Darkness. But Carpenter said he was nervous, man, because Pleasance was like really the first kind of not real actor, but famous actor he'd ever dealt with. And there's a making of that the BBC did, I think. I think it was BBC, and they filmed the making of some of the scenes of Halloween in '78. And there's a great interview with Carpenter when he talks about Robert Altman as being masturbatory. And they say, how do you feel about, other filmmakers like Robert Altman? He says, masturbatory. It's awful. I like the older films. I like Howard Hawks. And later, they interview Pleasance, and Pleasance is like, I don't really get the script of this film. It's like, I'm just doing it because it's a job, really. Like, that's what Pleasance pretty much says in this interview. But Carpenter said later, he kind of got the fact that they were just kids making a movie, and he started carrying Kit and that with him, and he really got into it. And you can see that. I imagine Pleasance would be cool. Well, I think he's cool. I mean, I knew him from films like Cul-de-sac, the Polanski film, and what was the other one? The Great Escape. He was the forger in The Great Escape. That's where I knew him from. And the bad guy in Will Penny, Charlton Heston Weston. Oh, yeah, the Bub cover. Yeah, the one with Bub right at the front. Aye. Awesome. There's an awesome cover. There's so many great ones. Same with Dawn of the Dead. Dawn of the Dead's had so many great covers. The first one I bought on DVD was a BMG release. After this one, of course. But the first one I bought was the BMG release where you had the taxi driver, the one from the airport with the kind of melted face. I actually have a figure of him back there, but I can't be bringing stuff over all the time. The guy that when Flyboy tries to shoot, and Peter's like, "Don't point a gun at anybody, mister." That scene, that zombie. That was the first cover I bought on DVD, I think. The second one I bought on DVD after that box set, the BMG one, which was a director's cut. I think that might have been the first time I saw the director's cut. So you saw Day at the Drive-In. Oh, man, I'd love to have seen Day at the Drive-In Theatre. That was awesome. It was weird. It was like, I think I was saying earlier on, I love a channel called Planet CHH. He's younger than me, this guy, but he's got loads of passion, man. And you can see it, when he reviews the films, full of passion. And just the other day, he was talking about Day of the Dead coming out in 85 and Return of the Living Dead coming out in 85. And I remember seeing them both, but maybe 3 or 4 years later on video. And I always much prefer Day of the Dead. It was like you were saying before, Todd, about what that says about you, about how much you love it, but I love it too. I like the more depressing end of the apocalypse. And it was like Romero said, there's a great quote from Romero when he said, you've got the guys who they love the first film. You just can't take them away from it. And then you got the guys who party with Dawn of the Dead, They just kind of have a really good time with it. And then you've got the real trolls who love Day of the Dead. I think I'm just a real troll. No way, Todd. Christopher Lee was offered Logan and Day. I did not know that. That's a really interesting. That would have been really interesting. Really would have. I love Richard Liberty because we saw him in the Crazies, obviously, earlier on. And Flight of the Navigator, funnily enough. I remember him from that when I was a kid. But yeah, Richard Liberty. I can imagine Christopher Lee as Logan. I really can. That would have been a really cool. That's really interesting, man. I'll have to check that out. That's really interesting. Yeah, Solitude Eye cul-de-sac, the Pleasance cul-de-sac. I'm a for all the it's difficult for me to talk about this because Polanski's a criminal. You know, he is. He's what he did was wrong. Totally wrong, and he's a criminal, right? He performed SA on an underage person. It's wrong. But his influence on me is unreal. It was like he did a film called Bitter Moon with Peter Coyote and Emmanuel Senier that I saw really early in the 90s with Hugh Grant as well and Kristen Scott Thomas. Victor Banji produced it. It's it's an amazing piece of filmmaking. I really like The Ninth Gate too. He did with Johnny Depp, which is a film that's kind of a comfort film, similar to Day of the Dead. I watched Ninth Gate as a comfort film as well. And a lot of people have said to us over the years because I love Polanski so much that how can you watch that guy's films? He's a criminal, and he is a criminal. I'm not excusing it at all. But like, at what point do you forgive the artist versus the person? You know, it's a strange thing. It is, but it's weird, and this is not to make me sound like a weirdo. I promise it's not. But I wouldn't be me if I'd never seen some of Polanski's films, like Cul-de-sac or Knife in the Water, or especially Bitter Moon and The Ninth Gate. They were really inspiring films to me. And before I knew about any of the controversy and the criminal acts that he did, he really inspired my love of films. So I'm a big Polanski fan in one respect because of his films, but in another respect, I can't stand the guy because he's a horrible criminal, you know. But at what point do you separate the films from the? But I can't deny that those films were a huge inspiration on my life. They really were. Well, you follow CHH, thought, he's great, isn't he? His live streams are fun too. Well, it was one of the things that kind of inspired me to try and do a couple. I was watching him, and I love the guy with Pizzal as well. I love all those guys. They're so great. That they got such like a friendly thing going. I really like all that. And I like to have a beer and talk about films. But I mean, I guess it's more like a bar or a friendly chat that I'm having than what they do. But it inspired us. It did. Not so much CHH, but more Pizzal. I've been watching Pizzal's live streams for years. It's pretty cool. Oh, Chinatown, man. I know. So good. I know. It's weird, all that stuff about Polanski. Thought it really is. It's but it's true. He's a criminal, like, in the most heinous sense. But I can't deny that his films had such an influence on us. I really can't. It's because they did, especially Bitter Moon. It was just a huge film, and it made us realize, similar to Shivers, what I talked about earlier, when I was a teenager and I saw Shivers, Cronenberg Shivers, and it made us realize I was writing these like silly little sci-fi stories, you know. And I was thinking, no, these are just silly sci-fi stories and the weird ideas I'm having. And but then I saw Shivers, and it was like, oh well, this guy's made films out of them. You know, maybe I can do something with these. It was inspiring. Bitter Moon was inspiring in that way too, because it was so messed up. And it was such a crazy, messed up film about this couple having this weird sexual relationship that was nuts, and then they tortured each other. And it was a really interesting film to me because I'd never seen another film like it. And then obviously I later learned about all this stuff. I didn't know back then when I watched that film. I didn't know that he was a criminal. But yeah, it's weird. It's where do you separate the artist from the art? There's a couple like that. I'm a huge Charlton Heston fan. I mean, like huge. Planet of the Apes was like a massive film to me as a teenager. I was a huge sci-fi guy. Planet of the Apes is like a masterpiece in my eyes. I think Franklin G. Schaffner's direction is incredible. He's got that great Jerry Goldsmith score. It's really incredible. It's just a great, great film. But Charlton Heston was a bit of a crazy human being, had these really right-wing views, and I mean, I don't mind. You can be any political view. It doesn't bother me at all. You can be whoever you want to be. I don't care about that stuff, right? But when you start protesting about it after people have been killed, you know, and that whole thing from my cold dead hands, all my friends at the time were saying, "How can you still like Charlton Heston?" And I was like, because he was a hero to me. When I grew up watching Ben-Hur, Ten Commandments, the Roundheads, these great El Cid. Later on, he did the Omega Man, Planet of the Apes, and Soylent Green. It was like these films were masterpieces to me. He was a hero. He was as big a hero to me as Chuck Norris was, or Seagal was, or Stallone, Schwarzenegger, Van Damme. I was growing up watching these guys, but before them, Heston was that guy. He was the action hero of Hollywood, man. His films are great, especially Ten Commandments, masterpiece. Ben-Hur, masterpiece. I think Soylent Green in its own way is like a crazy great film. Omega Man too. I'm big Richard Matheson fan. I love all the different Omega Man, variants. The Vincent Price, Last Man on Earth, or Will Smith and I Am Legend, based on that great book. All those great stories. And I loved them. My mates were like, "How can you still like him?" I was like, "Because it's not him. These are characters he's playing." You know, not pardon me. Not that excuses criminal behavior, like in Polanski's case. But it was kind of the idea I had of them and how they inspired us, I'm going on a proper rant here. I know I better calm down. Oh, The Tenant, yep. Ninth Gate. I do struggle with that. I love Chinatown Rose Review and Ninth Gate, yep. Ninth Gate's my favorite, like, Todd. That's a proper comfort film. Next to Day of the Dead, I can watch Ninth Gate any time of day. It's like if I have a bad day at work, I come home, I can stick that on. It cheeses up. That boom, 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 boom soundtrack. Plus Emmanuel Senier, in my opinion, who I think Polanski married, in fact, is one of the most greatest actresses ever. I think she's fantastic. She had that Frantic when she was young with Harrison Ford and Polanski. She did that Belle and the Butterfly with Julian Schnabel. She's just so great. She did a film with Argento, Giallo with Adrian Brody. She's a fantastic actress, Emmanuel Senior. I even bought a. She did an album with a band called Emmanuel and Ultra Orange, and I even bought the album. That's how much of a fan I am of her. I think she's a great actress. But yeah, The Tenant's great too. But Ninth Gate, beautiful film. There's nothing wrong with it. Every act is perfect. Every music cue is perfect. The special effects are great. It's Frank Langella, man, that bit at the end. When he's I plunge my hands in fire and I feel no pain. That's so great. Great film. Great film. The Tenant too, Solitude's great film. That's one of his, I think that's one of his masterpieces too. Bit off topic, but I really like Barfly. No way. Came around the same time as Bit of Moon. Well, Solitude, Charles Bukowski is my favorite writer ever. I started reading him when I was about 13, 14, The Confessions of a Madman. It's Barfly, Mickey Rourke. I'm a big Mickey Rourke fan. I was saying earlier on, he's there in the background right there. Faye Dunaway, Barbara Schroeder, incredible director. Barfly, Bukowski said it's a little bit over the top for me, but I understand what you're going for. He's my favorite writer. I'm not a very, very literary man, but I do read a lot, and I wouldn't say that I'm smart, but Bukowski I just understood it. Even when I was a kid, it's one of those people I read and I was like, I get this guy. Same with Philip K. Dick. I got that with Philip K. Dick too. After I saw Blade Runner, the first time I started reading all the Philip K. Dick stuff, got it straight away. But Bukowski, in my mind, that guy is art. It's like that's proper art. He turns everyday thoughts and feelings that we have, all of us, into incredible works of art. He does. Incredible writer. And it's a great movie too, man. Solitude. Barfly is a great film. I think it's Barbara Schroeder's best film, right next to Reversal of Solitude. Not Reversal of Solitude, Reversal of Fortune. About the Klaus von Bülow case. Two great, great films. Heston had a great run of sci-fi flicks. Yep, his political beliefs. Same here. I don't agree with his political beliefs at all, but I love his movies too. I can't count how many times I've seen The Omega Man. When I first started playing the guitar, you wouldn't believe this. When I was a kid, I first started playing the guitar. The first song I ever wrote was about the Omega Man. Whoa, 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 the Omega Man. No one can fight evil like the Omega Man can. That was the first song I ever wrote. I started strumming chords together because I love the movie so much. That's it. Todd, it is a great performance. It is. My favorite's FTW, that one behind us. I love Homeboy as well. I think Homeboy is a great performance. I also love him as what's his name? In If I Could Just Have Your Charms Again in My Arms, in Angel Heart. What's his name, man? Harry Angel. I really like Angel Heart too. But yeah, man, it's a great performance. It really is. Especially when you put him next to Faye Dunaway, because she's a great actress. And he nails it, man. And then Alice Krieg later on as well. Alice Krieg, she's great in that. It's that kind of rich girl who comes in at the end and says, "Oh, I'll publish your poetry." And he gets that touch of that life for a while. And he's like, "Nah, this isn't what I want." It's such a great movie. Schroeder's great. He is a great director, Barbara Schroeder. So many interesting movies he did. Did one called Mistress with the guy from Ferrera's film, Welcome to New York. Jared, I think it's Jared Depardieu. I'm not sure how you pronounce it, the French guy. But he did Barbara Schroeder did a movie with him called Mistress, where this is like this mistress who tortures guys for a living. Literally like sexual acts. Ties them up and beats them up and things. But it was a really interesting movie, that. I think that was the first Barbara Schroeder movie I saw, and it was like totally shown as a side of life I'd never even knew about, that there was these kind of weird, well, not weird, but different kind of side of life. Some people like this, and it was really interesting. And then later, of course, with Reversal of Fortune, Barbara Schroeder kind of blew up, and I think that must have been when he got Barfly. But yeah, he's a great writer. One of my favorite writers. In fact, I would say my favorite writer. He wrote a great book, Post Office, about working at the post office when he was trying to write books. And man, it was incredible. It was like Bluebird Publishing, the guy who produced his poems as well. He didn't get published until he was like in his 50s. He was writing. There also was a great one with Matt Dillon playing him in Factotum. Did you see that one? It's on topic, I guess. But Matt Dillon played Henry Chinaski, which is the character. It's so great to be able to talk about this. He's one of my favorite writers. But yeah, so Matt Dillon played Henry Chinaski, who is like kind of his alter ego, Bukowski's alter ego, in a movie called Factotum, which was a book that he wrote. Factotum, Man of Many Jobs. And it was a book about a guy that just went around and worked many jobs. And Dillon was pretty good. I mean, not as good as Rourke. Well, I would say maybe he's on par. That was a bit disgenuine to him. Maybe he's on par. Matt Dillon does a really good job too doing Chinaski. But the movie's Factotum. Really enjoyed it. It was a good movie. Oh, Ham on Rye, man. Ham on Rye. It's great. Interesting because Argento did similar as Polanski. Yeah, there's some, yeah, I've read that too. I'm not sure how, well, I can't really comment because I'm not sure about it, Solitude. I'm not sure what the crack is, but I did read something about it, yep. But Ham on Rye is incredible. That I read it when I was a teenager too, and this is what I was talking about when I could relate to him, the same way I could relate to Cronenberg's Shivers. I don't know if you remember, but there's a bit in Ham on Rye when he's standing outside of the high school prom, and Bukowski had all these spots on his face, like really bad acne, so much so that he had to put. This is in the 50s. He had to get like treatment, and he had bandages on his face, almost like the Invisible Man type thing. and he wrote that in the book. And there's a bit in Hamon Rye which is so heartbreaking. And he's kind of standing outside of the prom with all these bandages on his face, like wondering what's going on inside. But he's drunk, obviously, because he drank a lot even when he was a teenager. He talks about that in the book. But man, it was so heartbreaking. That it's a great, great novel, isn't it? So great, Hamon Rye. And I think it is one of the great novels ever. It's a great book, really is. Yeah, Dunaway, it's great as well. Yeah, my favorite of hers. Oh, my Network, Todd. Networks. That Paddy Chayefsky, right? And directed by Sidney Lumet. That Ned Beatty speech with Robert Duvall. Is it Robert Duvall? But it's Ned Beatty who gives the speech, right? Corporations own the world. You know, we are America. Network, man. Faye Dunaway. I mean, you put her next to William Holden as well, man. And that scene where she just kind of, I don't want to swear, I don't want to get a ban, but that scene where she just kind of F's him off after they've had the sex is amazing. She's like, I've got what I want from you now. That's so good, Faye Dunaway and Network. But they were all great. Robert Duvall, and it was Peter Finch. Was it Peter Finch? Or Peter Firth who played the main guy? I think it was Peter Firth, right? I can never remember. I always get them mixed up. But yeah, Network, man. Lumet is one of those guys. He's one of those guys that, even though he's appreciated for like Prince of the City and Serpico and those great movies he made in 12 Angry Men, he's still underrated because there's no one like him. His films are like whack. You know, the Andy Garcia one he did with Ian Holm, that Night Falls on Manhattan. It's so incredible, you know? I mean, like proper dark character dramas. That one he did with Rod Steiger, the pawnbroker, but the guy, the Jewish pawnbroker, and he has the flashes of the prison camps, and there's oh man, it's such a great, great movie. I mean, he's respected, right? He is. We all know Lumet, but because of Serpico and shit. But, well, I just said shit, so I may as well swear now. But he's such a great, great filmmaker that deserves more respect. When I was teaching last year, I showed his version of Eugene O'Neill's Long Day into Night. Long Day's Journey into Night to the students. Because the teachers kind of said, oh, we want you to pick a film to show to the students. We're going to like do with it. They did it every year. I showed them Ganja and Hess one year. And they said, that's where that poster's from, actually. That's not an official poster. I got that one made for the screening. And I picked Eugene O'Neill's Long Day's Journey Tonight with Katharine Hepburn and Jason Robards and Dean Stockwell. And the students loved it, man. They ate it up so much. They were like, wow, this is so incredible. This is like a 50s, 60s movie that's so like dark and disturbing. I was like, I know, man. Lumet's like the best. You need to watch more of his stuff. He did the Find Me Guilty with Vin Diesel towards the end of his career, which was dark as dark comes. Such a great director. Oh, Tales of Ordinary Madness. Yes, Solitude. That is a great one too. I love Ben Gazzara. He pops up in some of my favorite movies. I love Peter Bogdanovich. He did St. Jack with Peter Bogdanovich. Pops up in that Happiness. I think it was Todd Solondz, was it? The one where he leaves his wife. But Gazzara is great, man. He was in the Anatomy of Murder. Such a great actor, man. He picks his roles, right? Jackie Treehorn in The Big Lebowski. That guy's a legend. I love his movies. So good. It was Finch, right? He won the Oscar for it posthumously. Yeah, Peter Finch, right? Yeah, Todd, such a great actor, man. I mean, those scenes, we're not going to take it anymore. Incredible. I mean, absolutely incredible performance. I remember seeing him, and I think the first thing I saw him in was Sunday Bloody Sunday, the John Schlesinger film, which is like a really twisted kind of love triangle film. That was really cool. I saw that after I fell in love with Midnight Cowboy, John Schlesinger, and because I saw Straw Dogs and The Graduate, and I really got into Dustin Hoffman, and I was looking for other movies, and I saw Midnight Cowboy, and after Straw Dogs and The Graduate, and then I was like, oh, who directed this? That was a really well directed movie, and I got into John Schlesinger. It's great. Yeah, it's a really cool movie. Sunday, bloody Sunday. There was a great joke. This is really English, but there's a U2 song called Sunday, Bloody Sunday, which is about the Orange riots in Ireland, and the Orange Day riots in Ireland. And there was a guy, Steve Coogan, did this character. I'm trying to remember his name, the character now, but he was a radio presenter, Alan Partridge, and he gets U2 on the show, and he says, Sunday, bloody Sunday. I totally respect what that song's about. And Bono goes, oh yeah, Degan, Sunday you wake up, you've got to wash the car, you've got to take the kids out for a ride. Everybody's giving you, rubbish about you have to make the dinner Sunday, bloody Sunday. I realize that's a pretty British thing, but I had to bring it up. Paddy Chayefsky, did you see? Oh, of course. Solitude, George C. Scott's my favorite actor. And I say that 100%. I know I always say, we've laughed about this in the stream. I always say I've got a lot of loves. I love a lot of films, but George C. Scott is my favorite actor. And as that impotent doctor in the hospital, it's one of his best roles. And I had to buy that. Even in the VHS days, I had to get a copy of that from, I think it was Germany. It's such an unreleased movie. There's like one DVD of it. I think there was Imprint in Australia did like a Blu-ray of it. It's really underappreciated. It's he's my favorite actor. Solitude. I've never. It goes back to Paul Newman in The Hustler, the Norman Jewison film with Jackie Gleason. When I was a kid, I was really into Paul Newman and Steve McQueen and Charles Bronson. Like the action guys, And I think it must have been. Maybe it's my uncle said, he was a pool player, a snooker player. It wasn't pool, it was snooker. He said, have you seen The Hustler? And I was like, no. He's like, oh, you like this? He was teaching us how to play snooker at the time in Washington Snooker Hall. And I watched The Hustler with Jackie Gleason and Paul Newman, these brilliant actors. And I think that was where he met his wife, right? Woodward. But I couldn't take my eyes off George C. Scott. And this is a young John. This is a young film fan. I'm like 12, 13 maybe here. And I couldn't take my eyes off George C. Scott with the dark glasses on, sitting in the background. He's sitting there like this, and he moves, and he's like watching the game. I fell in love with George C. Scott at that moment, and I followed his career right from then. Being a kid, I got like the famous ones next. I got like Patton, and the really big ones he did, like the New Centurions with Stacy Keach, where the cops in Los Angeles, and I started to buy his films, and I found out he was kind of an artist, and he directed a couple, Islands in a Stream, and this crazy movie Rage about this farmer whose son gets killed. And man, that guy, in my opinion, Solitude, he's an artist, a true artist. It's like he gives every role everything, even when he's in like Scrooge, the Christmas Carol, he gives it everything, man. And there's not many actors you can say that about. Some do for the paycheck, some do for whatever. But C. Scott, man, he's one of those guys. In my opinion, one of the best guys. And he is my favorite actor. Gives it everything, every time. I just love him. And The Hospital is great. I mean, I'm blanking on a name now from the Avengers. Man. Flipping, what's the actress's name? Solitude, the Avengers. She was a Bond girl and on the Majesty's Secret Service in the hospital. She's the nurse with him. It's such a great performance. Oh man, Dr. Strangelove, Todd. He's so good in Dr. Strangelove. I was, you wouldn't believe it, but recently we're talking about it. I went to a screening of Peeping Tom, the Michael Powell film. And it was in a local theater, and there was a guy giving a talk about it, who was a PhD kind of not philosopher, but a PhD film guy giving a talk. And I was like, oh, cool, man, that'll be interesting. So I went to see Peeping Tom, and afterwards he started to give the whole spiel about, it's all misogynist, this film, because Michael Powell took his son to the set to see the first nude scene in history. And all that, and it was, he's right. It was a pretty misogynist film, but it's a great film, and it was of its time, and it's a beautiful film. He forgot to mention how beautiful the film looked because he was talking about the kind of other stuff about it. And then he brought up how misogynistic he thought Stanley Kubrick was. And I went, whoa, 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 what are you talking about, mate? I put my hand up and the audience went, whoa, Kubrick wasn't misogynistic. What are you talking about? And he brought up George C. Scott in Dr. Strangelove as being misogynistic. And he went, and I was like, are you kidding? Did you miss the joke? And he was like, what do you mean? I was like, he said, well, George C. Scott's character in the film has got this like chick lying in his bed in a bikini. And I was like, what kind of guy did you think? What kind of girl did you think George C. Scott's character would be in bed with in that film? Stanley Kubrick's taking the piss out of George C. Scott by saying this is the kind of girl he will be with. He's not going to be with anybody else. And it was so crazy. I mean, can you imagine calling Stanley Kubrick misogynistic? I was just like, what? Insane. But I love his character so much. And I mean, chewing the thing with maybe he's losing, 4 million tops. Chewing the chewing gum. So great. So great. He did have a brawl, yes, Solitude with Paul Schrader. They did a film called Hardcore together in 1979. Schrader's second film as a director after Blue Collar, the one he did with Keitel, Yaphet Kotto, and Richard Pryor, and Cliff DeYoung. Great, great film. Soundtrack by Captain Beefheart, which kicks ass, by the way. but I did Solitude. Solitude, the next film, Hardcore. So at the time, apparently, this is from Schrader, not from obviously me talking to him, but from books I've read, interviews, especially Schrader on Schrader, the Faber and Faber book, where he gets interviewed about all of his films. He said George C. Scott was surprisingly insecure at that point in his career because he was getting a bit older. And apparently he was a proper alcoholic. I mean, like drinking all the time on set. You wouldn't think it because his performance is so incredible in Hardcore. It's an incredible performance. And Paul Schrader said he was kind of trying to Jake Van Horn, Scott's character, was Schrader's dad. Schrader said, I thought, what if I put my dad in the porn industry in Los Angeles? How would he react? Because Schrader was brought up by a strict Dutch Catholic Calvinist in Grand Rapids, Michigan. So he said, what if I put my dad in this kind of porn LA world? And that was Jake Van Horn. Jake Van Dorn. I can't remember the name. But that was George C. Scott's character in Hardcore. So he was pretty precious about it. And he said Scott was just wasted. He would go into his trailer and get drunk, so drunk that he would take all of his clothes off and walk around on set. He was so drunk. But Schrader kind of talked him around to it, like promised him that the film, was going to be good. And as a director, a good director should do, he got a good performance out of George C. Scott. But in my opinion, it's probably not that hard to get a great performance out of George C. Scott. You probably just point him in the right direction. Even if he was drunk, push him towards the camera and say, there you go. But that apparently, Solitude, that was the story. It is. It's devastating, isn't it, Todd? It is. It's a devastating film. And in the original screenplay, he never found his daughter. She died in a Jeep accident. I read the original screenplay because I'm a huge Schrader fan. I mean, huge. I think Light Sleep is like one of the all-time masterpieces of all time. But with Willem Dafoe. But apparently, not apparently, I read the script. In Hardcore, he never gets his daughter. He never finds her. She died in an unrelated Jeep accident. She died in a car crash. So that was the end of the original script. And the studio kind of said, you can't end the film like that, like Paul. You've got to end it like on some kind of flipping, And he found her, obviously, in the film and takes her home. But in the original screenplay, she died before he even found her. So the search was meaningless, which is pure Paul Schrader. He's incredible. I mean, to me, I know he has these moments, and I don't know if you follow him on social media, but he's a very weirdly outspoken guy. He's got these weird thoughts on things and feelings on things, and he says things I would never say, but his films speak for themselves. I think he's at the risk of sounding pretentious, he is a artist in the truest caliber. I mean, he wrote Taxi Driver based on himself. He gave Robert De Niro his clothes. The clothes that De Niro wears in that film are Paul Schrader's clothes. He did those great Scorsese films, Raging Bull and Last Temptation of Christ. He then goes on to make his own films, Autofocus. He goes on to make Hardcore and Blue Collar, and he makes American Gigolo, which for me was mind blown at how great films could look. Cat People, probably the most personal horror film ever made. He was infatuated with the main actress while they were making the film. He said he wanted to make a studio film, and it became his most personal film he ever made. He wanted to make Affliction, which for my money is one of the best films ever made. Schrader gets better and better, and I can't wait to see what he does next. I never can. I loved Master Gardener. I think he's just one of those guys who he might be a little bit weird because he's an artist and outspoken, but for me, his films speak for themselves. I mean, Mishima, he's a legend, man. I've never seen a director crank out so many good film after film after film as Paul Schrader. He might have made a couple of almost duds like Touch, or he wrote the Mosquito Coast, the Harrison Ford film, but I'd rather watch a bad Paul Schrader film than than any other filmmaker. He's my boy. I love Paul Schrader. I wouldn't be me without watching his films. I studied him relentlessly when I was a student. He's similar to Romero. He's an inspiration to me. It is Solitude, Last Temptations, one of those movies that is unlike any other movie. It was adapting a book as well that was a really controversial book. And I mean, Schrader said, like when they were making the film, there was people protesting so much that they were shouting on the street so they couldn't record sound in the scenes, so that they couldn't record the dialogue. They were protesting the film that much. People were trying to stop them from making it. But I mean, those last, for me, Solitude, the last couple of scenes where Harvey Keitel is Judas, when he comes in and he's like, it says this, it shows him the life he could have had. And it's all a trick. Incredible. And that score by was the guy from Genesis, right? Peter Gabriel. Fantastic score. Fantastic score. You'll have to excuse me for a second. I was still hanging around. What time is it now? We're getting on. But excuse me for a minute. I have to go to the toilet again because I've been drinking so much. But if you'll bear with us, I'll be back in like 2 seconds. And we are back. After showing in the loot again. It's crazy. Running up and downstairs all night. Yeah, All Canada. Yeah, well, that All Canada is based on the novel by the same guy that wrote Affliction. I bought the novel. I wish I could remember his name, but the novelist who wrote Affliction, which is the film that Coburn won the Oscar for, that Schrader directed, same writer. In fact, I'll get the writer's name because I'm doing him a disservice by not knowing his name. But it's a great, great film. Affliction. Book. It's my favorite Schrader film. So the novel is written by American writer. That's not the book. Totally different one. Right, Affliction. Give me a second. Terrible at typing and drinking. Russell Banks. So Russell Banks also wrote O Canada, from what I understand. And Affliction is a fantastic adaptation of Russell Banks' novel, so I imagine O Canada will be great too. From what I understand, O Canada, I haven't seen it yet, but I think it's about someone who talks about the draft. I think he went to Canada to avoid the draft, from what I understand. But Schrader's deep, man. His films are always really deep. He's just a really interesting filmmaker. I remember seeing Mishima when I was a teenager, and it was the original one I saw was the one with the Roy Scheider voiceover, which is pretty hard to find now. But it was like the American release, just so they thought American audiences needed a voiceover to understand it, so they put a Roy Scheider voiceover on it. But he's always been one of the most interesting filmmakers in my eyes. He was, for me, he's up there with Cassavetes and all those. I think his work's second to none, and he always underestimates himself, which is something I've always admired about Schrader. He talks about his own work as being like subpar to the guys he loves, like Ozu. He wrote a book on Ozu. What was it called? Transcendental Style in Cinema. Ozu, Bresson, and Dreyer. The three filmmakers he loved when he was a student. He wrote a book when he was a student. I think it was his thesis. And he always when he talks about them, he always under compares himself to them. And I think he's their equal. I mean, he made a great film, First Reformed, with Ethan Hawke a couple of years ago, which was in that really kind of subdued style. And that was influenced by Bergman, I think. You know, that one with the priest when he finds the guy dead in the snow and all that kind of stuff. But I forgive us if I'm boring everyone. I just got on talking about Schrader. I could talk about Schrader forever. I love that guy. Is that the sound of a beer? Yes, it is. I just cracked the one open. Yes, I cracked the Heineken open. Drinking beer and talking about film is my calling. Or at least I hope it is. I would love to do it forever if I could. But Schrader, man, it's really cool. I'm so glad that Schrader got to work with C. Scott on Hardcore because I mean the two of my favorite guys together. They really are. I mean, for my money, the last really great Scorsese film was Bringing Out the Dead with Nicolas Cage and Patricia Arquette. And kind of got forgotten about it. And I don't know why they haven't really done any kind of big release on it lately, but it was a beautiful film. You had John Goodman, Tom Sizemore, and it was based on a book about this guy driving around New York City who was an ambulance driver. And it was about the experience he had he thought he was unlucky because he couldn't save anybody's lives. That's the kind of stuff Schrader really shines in. His screenplay was fantastic for that movie, Bringing Out the Dead. One of my favorite screenplays. Heineken's not beer. I know it's a lager, I know. Well, I couldn't get totally wasted. If I was drinking beer all night, I wouldn't be able to keep the stream going. I'll be comatose. I've got to drink light beer, or light lager, I should say. So I'm not totally wasted. I can't keep going. Heineken Schmeineken. Remember was it Rutger Hauer? Heineken Schmeineken. Caviar. No, sorry. Rutger Hauer did the Guinness adverts, didn't he? Tick, follow, talk, follow, tick, follow, talk, follow, tick. Yeah, we've got to get the film talk going again. We can't be talking about beer all night. But yeah, it's been one of those days. It sure has. I'm so glad you joined us for this. And I tried this new platform too, Restream, which seems to be working pretty good. The quality looks much better than the YouTube thing. It is Todd like. I mean, it was that's what got me into him. It was Taxi Driver. It was. I mean, I'm not gonna pretend it was like some avant-garde film he did later on. It was Taxi Driver. That's what got me into Schrader. And there was I remember reading there was a triple book released of the screenplays for Taxi Driver, American Gigolo, and Light Sleeper all in one book. And it was in Sunderland Library. And it was when I first started thinking I'd like to write films, maybe. So I thought, well, you want to learn something, you read, right? So I thought, okay, I'll go and read some screenplays. And I thought, what's my favorite screenplay? I love Taxi Driver. I'll go on because it is. Still to this day, Taxi Driver it's a perfect script. It's a pretty perfect film. I think Main Streets and Taxi Driver back to back are perfect films. But Taxi Driver in particular, it's a kind of perfect movie. So I thought, okay, I want to read a script. I'll read the script of Taxi. But it totally screwed us up because Schrader wrote them 3 screenplays in totally different styles. He wrote Taxi Driver as a screenplay that he wanted to sell. Taxi Driver as a personal screenplay. So there was loads of detail in it. He talked about where Travis came from. He talked about Travis's clothes. He talked about what Travis thought about. But then when he wrote American Gigolo, he wrote that as a screenplay that he wanted to sell. So he wrote it as this happens here, then this happens, then this happens. Because it's a Hollywood script, it's more of a guide. It's not a personal script. It's like a guide for something that he wouldn't be directing himself. It's like for a director to follow, so step by step. So different style, nowhere near as much description, nowhere near as much kind of thought process of the characters. This happens, this happens, this happens, this happens. Then Light Sleeper was really personal again. And it totally blew my mind. I was like, well, what style do I write in then? Do I write really personal? Or do I write like American Gigolo to try to sell scripts? But reading the 3, I kind of learned there's a happy medium. And when I started to write screenplays, I kind of found a happy medium. But it came from reading Paul Schrader's screenplays. And in Paul Schrader's collected screenplays, Taxi Driver, American Gigolo, and Light Sleeper. Brilliant book. I'd recommend it to anyone who wants to write screenplays because Schrader's the best. He's the best screenplay writer ever to grace Hollywood. I like him better than anybody else. He's like borderline pretentious, but he doesn't go pretentious. He's borderline, He understands all that kind of highfalutin. I mean, the great films, don't get us wrong. I love Ingmar Bergman. I love him. I've got his whole collection on Blu-ray. I bought them when the BFI did them. I love him so much. But in my opinion, when I was a kid, them films were like a little bit over my head. I couldn't watch them until I got to like 16, But I could watch Taxi Driver when I was 13, 14, 15. I could watch Light Sleeper when I was 13, 14, 15 because they were great, great films that were made for mainstream audiences. Films that were made to have an audience. They weren't like highfalutin, high idea films that were made to be shown at festivals. Schrader wrote films that were Hollywood films. And I really liked that because his films were perfect. They were like a middle ground between really grandiose filmmaking, but also filmmaking that was practical. I need to get a film made. How can I get a job? I'll write this and, and I love that. That's why I love Cat People. I think Cat People is like one of the most mainstream avant-garde films ever. It's totally crazy when you watch it. It's influenced by like Bertolucci and like the conformist Vittorio Storaro cinematography. It's like red and bright blue and bright green, but at the same time, it's a Hollywood movie made by Universal, and Schrader was really good at nailing that, making Hollywood movies, but making them look almost avant-garde, especially in the case of Cat People. Anyway, you could tell his influences, but that's why I always loved him. Because he taught me so much. There was so many films I wouldn't have seen, like Robert Bresson, the French guy. I wouldn't have known him if Schrader hadn't said one of my favorite films was Pickpocket. If you like my films, watch this movie, Pickpocket. I watched Pickpocket, blew my little mind. I now own like all of Bresson's films that I get my hands on. But that was Schrader, He totally had that great middle ground of being able to make films for an audience that people would want to watch, but it would also be full of great ideas and also very artful. Bit of a master, really. In my opinion, one of the great masters. There's a scene in Blue Velvet where the main character is paying. I do like Blue Velvet. That was unusual. It's probably it's one of my least favorite Lynch films, I think. But I mean that doesn't say anything because my least favorite David Lynch film is higher up on my list than the best film by Paul Thomas Anderson, for example, one battle after another. My least favorite Lynch films, Million Miles, bigger than any of his films. But Blue Velvet was like, it seemed so matter of fact after I'd seen, because I saw Lost Highway first. I saw Wild at Heart, and then I saw Lost Highway. I didn't see them in order, and then I saw Blue Velvet. And Blue Velvet seems so much more subdued than Wild at Heart, which is this incredible film. It's one of my favorite Nicolas Cage performances. I'm a big Nicolas Cage fan. I think he's a great actor, and I'll watch him in anything. I really will. Even those low budget movies, I bought so many of them. Peer the Ghost and stuff. Those kind of low budget films he did, I bought them all. I'm a big Nicolas Cage fan from way back. From like Red Rock West days. I think he's magnificent. He's very underrated. People don't realize because how over the top he is that, especially in Red Rock West, Cage can be cool and subdued. He can be as cool as Elvis, man. He really can. He really can be that cool. And I think in Wild at Heart, he was that cool. This is a snakeskin jacket, symbol of my individuality and my belief in personal freedom, which is a Marlon Brando quote from a Sidney Lumet film, The Fugitive Kind. But I saw Blue Velvet in the middle of those, and it seemed a little bit subdued to me. And then a few years later, I went back because I'm obsessed with Dennis Hopper. Like, obsessed. I love all of his films. I love The Hot Spot, Colors in particular, with Sean Penn and Robert Duvall. I can watch that film again and again. I think Hopper's a fantastic director. Easy Rider, he's just incredible. Out of the Blue into the Black. Chasers, he's just really great. But I went back and watched Blue Velvet again about 10 years ago, and I fell in love with it all over. Like, I totally saw what I'd missed. I really did tell the truth. I saw what I missed the first time around, and I was like, my God, this is totally not what I originally thought it was. I thought it was like just a murder mystery the first time I saw it because I saw it in the middle of Wild at Heart and Lost Highway. Lost Highway is still one of my favorite Lynch films. I just think it's so incredibly rock and roll. I love Lost Highway just for the rock and rollness of it. That soundtrack's great. Bill Pullman's character is so messed up. Balthazar Getty, you get Gary Busey, it's Robert LeJay, man, who was apparently in the running to play Frank in Blue Velvet, but Lynch remembered him, even though he didn't get the part, and then cast him as what was his name in Lost Highway? I can never remember, but he's great though anyway. It's probably Frank Lopez or something. They're all called that on the gangster characters. But yeah, I went back and saw Blue Velvet again, and I totally missed it. I totally missed the point the first time I saw it. The second time I went back and watched it, I fell in love with it. Especially the scenes at home when they see the bird outside the window, or when he's chilling on the kind of sunbed outside, which Lynch repeats again in The Straight Story when they're chilling on the sunbeds outside looking up at the sky. Incredible. Yeah, but totally missed the point with Blue Velvet the first time I saw it. I've got to hold my hands up and say, but it's a film I fell in love with the second and third time around. It really is. Taxi Driver, can you explain the scene with Martin Scorsese when he's sitting in the front building where Sybil Shepherd works and he's observing her while she is passing by? It's interesting, that. It is. There's a couple of scenes in it, isn't there, with Martin Scorsese? There's another one where he's like he's looking up at that flat and he's like, see her, she's having an affair on us. And I'm gonna go and kill him. I've got a gun. I'm gonna go and kill him. It's interesting, that. I can't give you an answer. I'm sorry, Solitude, but it's interesting to think about that. It is interesting. I mean, he does. He's sitting on the wall, isn't he, with his knees up outside like this. He's like on the wall. He's got his knee up like this, and he's on the wall outside. I do remember the scene. But there's also the scene when he's in the back of the cabin. That's interesting. It is. I'll think about that, man. I'll have to have a think about that. Great scene in Colors, Penn and Duval. Oh, aye. What if we're into the cows? We'll walk down. Fuck them all. It's honestly, Solitude, that film it's so important to me. It was a great, great film. I think it was Herbie Hancock, right? As well, who did the soundtrack. It was a great, great soundtrack. But man, it was Robert Duvall was. I loved Robert Duvall to begin with because I'm a huge Godfather fan. I love that he did a film called The Outfit, which I love, with Joe Don Baker and Karen Black. So I'd loved him since I was a kid. Like Duvall was always. I love THX, the George Lucas. So I'm a big Duvall fan. Big. Bullet, he pops up in the cab. If he's in it, I'll watch it. He's one of them actors like Rutger Hauer. If he's in it, I'll watch it. Whether it's good or bad, it's going to be great if Robert Duvall is in it. But yeah, that's a cool scene, that one. It really is. Take your time, kid, when he's teaching Penn how to be cool. And you've got that beautiful actress as well, man, who's an incredible actress. Maria Conchita Alonso, who was in Extreme Prejudice, which I reviewed on the channel a while back. She's a great actress, so great. And she's great in colors. She was in The Running Man as well with Schwarzenegger. She is such a great actress. She needs to do more. I saw a couple of films with her in, but they were like Hallmark films last Christmas. She needs to do more, man. She's still got it, but she's doing like kind of straight to streaming films now. But man, what a great actress, especially in colors. But I'm a huge Penn fan. I mean, Penn was. I was talking about Val Kilmer earlier on. There was a couple of guys I really loved growing up, and Val Kilmer and Sean Penn were like two of those guys. Sean Penn, everything he did, I watched everything. Shanghai Express or When No Angels with him and De Niro, or At Close Range with him and Christopher Walken. It was like anything he did, I wanted to see it. I knew he was good. And for all the speaking about troubled actors, he apparently punched Madonna, didn't he? There was all that stuff about him being a violent kind of husband. But man, watching him again, that one battle after the next, one battle after another, great actor. He's still great. I mean, that scene in the Mystic River that everyone kind of always refers to. Was that my daughter in there? Man, that guy. He's an incredible actor. I'm a huge Catherine Bigelow fan. He did a film with Catherine Bigelow called The Weight of Water, where he kind of played a Bukowski-esque type character. And he used to hang around with Bukowski. I don't know if you know, but he was a big Bukowski fan too. And he started to hang around with Bukowski when he was in his 30s. And he did this film, The Weight of Water, which I really recommend, by Catherine Bigelow. And he played a Bukowski-esque character. He's like this drunken writer. And it was so plain to me. I went to see it at the cinema in I think it was the late 90s, early 2000s. Got Liz Hurley in there as well. Great cast. Sarah Pooley. Great cast. Oh, man, I know. Well, Sean Penn, he's a really good... He can do anything. He really can. He's one of those actors. I was blown away, Todd, by his performance in One Battle After Another. It really was. It was so slapstick that it was incredible. And he's this horrible human being. But, I mean, you never feel sorry for him. And you know he's going to get his comeuppance. You really do. But he's just so good at everything he does. I've never seen him in it. I mean, right from the beginning, man. In Fast Times at Ridgemont High. I've never seen him in a bad movie. The movies might have been bad, but he's been great. He did a film which I just bought recently. It cost us a lot, actually. I was collecting Sidney Pollack's movies. I'm a big Sidney Pollack fan. I love Jeremiah Johnson. Robert Redford passed away recently, but I'm a big Sidney Pollack fan. I love Random Hearts, the one he did with Harrison Ford and Kristen Scott Thomas. I'm a really big fan of his, anyway. And I don't know if you remember The Interpreter. It was a couple of years ago, maybe it's early 2000s, with Nicole Kidman and Sean Penn. And I had it on DVD, but I was upgrading my Pollock collection, and I wanted to get the Blu-ray, and it was expensive. I was surprised. I was like, oh man, I can't get The Interpreter. It was like a silly Hollywood film, but it was like 1929, whatever. And I ended up paying about 21 quid for a postage and packaging from the States, and got it and watched the Blu-ray. And his performance is outstanding in it. It's outstanding. There's a scene where he's telling Nicole Kidman, it's like a pedestrian kind of thriller about the Nicole Kidman's an interpreter, and she hears a murder plot in the United Nations, and he's kind of this cop, and he helps her. But there's a scene, man, where he talks about his wife dying, and she says, oh, you married? He goes, well, I had a wife. And she died, and he talks about her dying, and she was having an affair, and she gets in a car with a drunk driver, and And he just says, "Yeah, he was great at having affairs, but terrible driver." And it was like, it's such a fucking heartbreaking scene, but he nails it, man. He's great, Sean Penn. He's, in my opinion, he's up there with Scott and some of the greatest actors of all time. I think Penn is great. I like Matt Dillon too, like the same kind of generation. I love Drugstore Cowboy and talking about Dillon earlier on. In fact, told him that, but Penn, man, there's something about him that's just otherworldly. He just embodies every part he gets so well. Years ago, I had a boss who grew up with Redford and used to go skiing together. Oh wow! Can you introduce me? I know he did that great movie, right? The skiing film about the Olympic team, downhill racer. Uh, Not very flattering of Olympic sports. He made them all out to be kind of crazy, crazy sportsmen, didn't he? But yeah, he was great, man. Redford, he was important to me. He was. Jeremiah Johnson's a very, very important film to me. It was kind of the first western I saw that would be classed as something that was like different to John Wayne westerns. It was different to Clint Walker westerns. It was different to Audie Murphy westerns. It was a western that was modern as hell. You could make that film today. It was it's a great movie, man. It's a great movie. He did so many good ones with Pollock. 3 Days of the Condor and The Way We Were and that Havana that Paul Schrader wrote, actually. And they did one together, Pollock, Redford, and Schrader, Havana. Uh, just a what a great team. And Sidney Pollock and Robert Redford. Here's to them both, man. Great, great team. And one of my favorite Hollywood teams, I love the Electric Horseman with him and Faye Dunaway. It always gets overlooked, that one. They got John Saxon pops up in there, and Willie Nelson has this great line. It's like, it's so great. Willie Nelson's this cowboy in it. I think it might have been one of Willie Nelson's first acting jobs. He was in Thief, actually, come to think about it. We'll talk about Thief earlier on. Willie Nelson pops up in Thief. But there's a great line where the guy says to Willie Nelson, "So what are you going to do now the job's finished?" He goes, "Well, I'm going to go downtown, find me a girl who can suck the chrome off a bumper hitch." Willie Nelson? I'm going to go downtown and find a girl who can suck the chrome off a bumper hitch. I was like, whoa, that's a Willie Nelson line. But yeah, I love the Electric Horseman. Pollock and Redford, man, was so good. I love Pollock. He did my favorite Al Pacino film, which was fantastic. Yeah, I'm trying to remember the name now. God, I'm so drunk and old, I can't remember. Bobby Deerfield, which is my favorite Al Pacino performance. Bobby Deerfield. It's like a romance film. Pollock directed with Pacino, and you've never seen Pacino like it. Pollock just got performances out of actors that no one else seemed to get. Such a great, great director. Oh, yeah, Sneakers. Yeah, Sneakers was great, Todd. That was the one with Dan Aykroyd, right? And River Phoenix, if I remember rightly. There was like a whole... Wasn't Abraham... What'd you call him in that as well? It was a great, great cast, wasn't it? I remember Sneakers. Yeah, it was a great film. Like kind of espionage, light espionage. Yeah, it was great. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It's after midnight. I have to work tomorrow. I have to go. Thank you for the stream. I really enjoyed it. Cheers, Solitude. It's my pleasure indeed. Thank you so much for joining us. I really needed this. It was great to just have a few beers and talk movies, man. It's been fantastic. It really has. I really appreciate it. I really do. But I guess we should call it a night then, Todd, too. Because what time is it now? Well, it's 12 here in the UK, so I guess 12 is a good time to call it as any. How long's that? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Within 4 hours. It's not bad. It's not bad. But I thank you very much, man. Thanks very much. I mean, it's just us 3 left now, so thanks very much. I really do appreciate it. And hopefully I'll come back for another one. I guess I'll do another one. I mean, would it be good to do you think, more random ones, just without movies and just do hangouts? I mean, I'm totally new to all this. Sidney Poitier, man, as well. Yes, how could I forget? Sidney Poitier was in Flippin' Sneakers. Ah, he was. It was great, man. Sidney Poitier. What a great actor. What a great actor. I remember seeing In the Heat of the Night by Norman Jewison with him and Rod Steiger when I was a kid. And the other guy from In Cold Blood ended up playing Herschel in The Walking Dead. I'll have to Google this because I want to give him a shout out because it was so. I think he's dead now. It doesn't matter. But the In the Heat of the Night. But he was in Cold Blood as well. It was a great, great performance. He was also in Legion, The Exorcist 3, the same guy. I always forget his name, man. I always forget his name. He's the guy that runs across the bridge in the heat of the night, and he was the guy that owned the farm in Scott Wilson. Scott Wilson, yeah. I don't know why, but I always forget Scott Wilson's name. He's the Scott Wilson. For here, yeah. So, well, cool. Thanks very much, man, everyone. Well, good night. It's been my absolute pleasure. And thank you all so much for joining us. It's been great. It really has. It's well, here's to more. If you've enjoyed it, we'll do more. We'll do more. I might start doing more of these midweek streams too, because it's good to have a bit of a chill in the middle of the week, I think. I know that Carrie, who was in here earlier on, me and her do them on Cinema Conversations, and she's interested in doing a couple more. I think it's her birthday on Saturday, so we might be doing a birthday stream, but on Jeffrey DeMunn. He's alive, man. Jeffrey DeMunn's in The Hitcher. That's the poster there behind us. He plays the cop in The Hitcher. I love Jeffrey DeMunn. He's in, what do you call it as well? Shawshank Redemption and The Mist and the other Frank Darabont films. He pops up, doesn't he? He was the guy that sat on top of the camper. And, man, whatever happened to The Walking Dead, man? It went crap, didn't it, after the first couple of seasons? I tried to follow it, but I don't know. It wasn't my thing. But anyway, on that note, it wasn't my thing. We must call it a night. Let's call it a night on Jeffrey DeMunn. Let's say Jeffrey DeMunn's a legend. But thanks very much, Todd, and Solitude, man. Thanks for staying with us. It's been great. I've really enjoyed this. I really have. I hope you've enjoyed it too. And I'll say this for the rest of the people who might be watching this after the fact. If you did like this, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. Boneyard Cinema. I'm your host, John Rennie. These are the wonderful people that you've been talking with all night. So thanks very much. And take care, everyone. And as always, watch out for Christine. Take care, guys. Good night.